everybody. Welcome in. Be here, it's good to be back. Oh, hello, how are you? Let's ride, horses. I'm on stream, you're actually here. Hello. Yeah, I was just saying, welcome in. It's kind of good for me to write this stuff down just in case anyone else comes in and sees it. But, I think Myron, when you look at Africa, it gets a little bit complicated, but the idea is that, like, certain parts of Africa and certain Africans are animals to him. And on top of this, I'm pretty sure anyone outside of Africa isn't black to him either. Then he considers himself a special kind of black again. So, like, you know how you like white supremacists or like whatever, like, I might joke around with like racial tier lists and stuff. He's like that, you know, and anyone who's like that level of fuckery has usually like thought about it quite a lot and built like a system around it so that they can like cope and feel like intellectual and like reasonable in their crazy science and their crazy race science. You know, yeah, Myron's like that. So it's both like he detests what he is and then he wants to make himself feel better. And then on top of it, like I watched like an Aber and Preach thing yesterday laughing about Andrew Tate like fucking over Sneeko. And they were like, they had some great points which are like worth repeating. Like hey Sneeko, like you're upset that like Andrew Tate like wasn't on your side with the playing the Kanye song in the club, and like, you know, you feel like Andrew Tate like rated you out because he did, you know, and you're like, oh, like he should have been there for me like I was there for him, which is just a super revealing statement to show that you knew that when you were there for him that you were just there for a guy who was just pissing in everyone's mouth, you know, and then the wind changed and now he's pissing in your mouth. And you are sitting here complaining like, oh, we should have just shit all over everyone together, but now he's shitting on me. Like, dude, like you were just hanging out with con artists. I'm kind of I want to rant about what a piece of shit Sneeko is, but like I don't want to like get too carried away with it. Sneeko's not exactly, I don't like him, but like he's not like totally fucked as the rest of them, but then in a lot of ways he is just like awful. And more recently he was just like doxing the Burnt Peanuts face, so that was like winding me up. But then like when I look at Myron, I'm like, this is just like the worst example of a person. And Andrew Tate, right? Terrible, and HSTikitoki, terrible, terrible people who are openly terrible and just like, in that sense, insecure, and then doing everything they can to like, they are like the personification of evil, right? It's like people who are that fucked double down on doing more fucked things to fulfill the whole. They become more evil and evil and evil to feel like, wow, I can go so far in just whatever direction. It makes them feel dominant, and their form of feeling like a real person and the essence of like being evil is using your willpower to crush other people's willpower. And part of that is convincing other people that it's correct, and then part of that is like convincing other people to be like you. And there's the repetition and the imitation, and all of this builds strength for them, quote unquote strength. But really it's just like a desperate act to feel like this thing in their life that they're fundamentally missing, which is like enlightenment, being a good person. They feel like they're becoming more enlightened. And then like this can go really, really effectively within capitalism, right? It's just a whole other branch of like, say, like being like a politician who ends up, you know, doing child sacrifices. Because like, you know, you got billions of dollars, then that wasn't satisfying. So then you got all the political power, but then that wasn't satisfying. So then you're going for personal power, where you're like dominating people individually in your real life, and then that isn't satisfying. So you try to dominate people even harder, and then that's not satisfying. So you try to find weaker people so you can dominate them even harder, and then eventually you're just fucking kids on an island with your roots in. Okay. And that is all just, there is no bottom how depraved people can be, right? So yeah, like when I think of Myron and all of that, that's where my mind ends up going. Playing a little bit of Factorio today. I haven't played this for like 5 or 6 months. But I'm in like an interesting spot in the game that I honestly think about all the time, where I built this like cute little starter base. Where's my spawn site? Did I leave? Yep. I don't think I did. I think I deleted. So normally there's like a crashed ship, which often I like to leave intact so that you know exactly where I spawned. I remember where I spawned. It was like right here. It was like right here where I got like my science lab. No, I rebuilt my science lab, didn't I? Look at that. It's kind of pretty. But we've got like the copper, the energy power plant, which has actually just recently been replaced by a nuclear power plant, which sits up here next. This is the nuclear refinery, next to the solar power, and then this is the nuclear power plant. It says there's no fuel, but it's actually already boiled enough water that it's just like diffusing that temperature into here, and then when the temperature gets too low, it'll put more fuel in. Otherwise, it would just sit there burning fuel cells. Actually, one of the great additions to Factorio 2.0 that they added, where I used to have, what you would do is you would have a water tank and a steam tank, and then because you couldn't measure the heat, you get this green wire right here is measuring the heat, and you couldn't do that before. You couldn't hook up a green wire to these. So what you would do is you would use all the heat to boil a fuckload of water into steam, and then you would measure how long that steam was getting used up. But now you can just measure the heat, so you don't have to try to work around it in a complicated way. But that all goes down here and it builds all these products, which is all, this is all about getting different kinds of science. Then we have all this different kind of oil getting diffused out over here. And then our base upgraded to where we started getting more like high-tech computer sciencey stuff. That's where you get a lot of copper being used in plastic and stuff. Look at all the fucking power lines going everywhere as well. Really crazy builds. And then we managed to push past that and get some frickin' space rockets going out. Nice, it's nice. And then down here, this was all like this is what you call like a mall, like a shopping mall. Because down here we've got all of the, see, this is science right here. Interesting. But this is like, okay, this, and then this is like where we finally got automated robots to like fly around and start doing stuff for us. We didn't have to build it all by hand. But don't worry, I'm building into something here. See, this is sort of like the shopping mall. The robots will come here and they'll be like, oh, we need like a miner to go construct a new mine, like a new drill. Like over here, this is one of our first like train stations coming to get us iron. There's so much to learn. Like I have thousands of hours. Like this train is being automated by these, like, this train station is saying like, hey, stop here. This little thing here is saying like, instead of just, you'll notice that, like, see, some of these will go and some won't go. These are all reading what's in the boxes and then evenly distributing it into each box by calculating the total and then dividing it and then reading the individual box of how much it is, like, compared to the average and yada yada. You know, there's a bunch going on. So this is the whole base, and the red is the pollution that we're putting out. And then the pollution is sort of dictated by the power, which is not this. This is the products that we have. How do I see power? It's been a while, so like I am actually refreshing myself on a lot of things. This is my power usage. 250. So we're like 80 hours into this run. It has program energy for sure. The whole game I'm in. This is when I got the nuclear power. And then this is the solar power, which is prioritized. Most of our power coming from solar. Really interesting. And it gets stored in these accumulators. The past 10 hours. We haven't used any of this, this is like coal and wood. And whatever other kind of like burnable fuel. It doesn't burn as hot. Nuclear power burns and it's like 500 degree steam. Wait, is that even possible in real life? I guess water can only be 100 degrees, but steam can be higher, right? Anyway, I'm getting carried away from the flow of this. Because I sort of walked you through this, but what I have not revealed is this is what we were calling a starter base. And after my 80 hours, and also this only took me like a lot less than 80. This only took me like a few hours to build. Intentionally built this as fast as possible, which is why it's like so fucking scrappy. It all kind of goes right to left. Japanese handwriting. this copper and steel, this came in like in the final quarter. I needed like more stuff getting shipped down here. But here you can see these rows. These are all like the kind of like the base products. We've got base computer circuits, copper, steel, coal. Oh, sorry, this is iron, and then this is steel. Then we got stone, engines, bricks, cogs. This here's like a light, what do they call it? Low density structure, which is like strong but light, used for like space travel. Electric motors, plastics, batteries, and then these are basically, you want to think of them as advanced computer chips. We got the baseline ones that you'll need, like basically for every blue one, you end up having like 5 rows of red one. You have like 5 times as many reds as you do for blue, so you only have a little bit of blue. And then for red, you'll end up having like 20 times as many greens, so you just end up with fuckloads of greens. Depends how big you go. We're not going to go too insane on this run. So this is actually my first run with the Factorio massive overhaul. I know it was like a year ago or longer that Factorio did their big 2.0, but I actually haven't got through it that far, mainly because I played so much of Factorio with other modes and so they have simultaneous like runs going on. But the idea actually is when I walked away from it, this little base is actually like nothing at all. I'm gonna rebuild basically this whole thing to be like 4 times the size, with like each little block being, you know, enhanced into like big blocks. And then that's what this is. This is just going to be big supply lines going through. And we're going to have like a big spaceport just dropping down like 20 giant spaceships filled with things. And from what I've read with the new expansion, trains are a little bit more obsolete because the technology can go further. Our belts become a lot faster, to the point where loading and unloading trains onto belts isn't worth it, because it's the inserters that take things off the train and that can't keep up with the game balancing. The game got balanced. 1, they added faster belts, and mainly 2, they added these things here called quality modules, and you can build legendary belt which will run like 5 times as fast. So you get these incredibly fast belts moving hundreds and hundreds of resources per second, and you know, the train can only hold like 1,000, 2,000 of a material, which is like 1.5 belts can just like move that. So you'd rather run like some high quality belts like across the world. Like trains, I really do like trains. And these things are all just like logistics issues, which is what the game's about, you know. Like I reiterate and I build it better and better and better in different ways, and I'm really good with, like, I've spent a lot of time learning about trains. So I might end up building a giant train station down here, and then this will be the giant train station, will just have like 40 trains all running to different ore things. I'll probably set it up. In the past, it was quite simple. You set up like iron trains, and then the iron trains are reading all the different iron mines, and then when the iron mine is like almost full, the train runs out there and grabs some and moves it back, which is also pretty automated. Like, sometimes you would just assign, like, you'd have like 15 iron trains, and then you would set each mine to be like, oh, you can have like 2 or 3 trains per station, and then that would stop all of the trains going to the same station. But you can refine that even further, where instead of the trains just automatically finding a station and going to it, you have the station call the train. So that's like even more, you know, you can go high tech. Someone built Doom in Factorio, which cracks me up. Dude, where are those coming from? but I should probably move on to the big reveal. Just 1 second though, hold on. These engines. It's from buffer chests. Why there's so many of these? Before that I'm going to have a bunch of spaceships. A couple of little spaceships. The thing is, I have these other starter bases on other planets. This was the first one I went to. And this is the junk planet. Kinda love it. This planet is so funny. You don't get ore patches, you get junk patches. And you ship the junk, and then you... I haven't been here for a while, so I don't really remember how it goes. We're shipping junk, and then we are crushing the junk. Yeah, here's my crusher. And out of that comes like concrete, batteries, steel, cogs, and it all goes onto the supply line, which loops and loops and loops, and then that filters it out into the resources, which I then organize. And eventually it pumps out this like special liquid. Or, I mean, how exactly does this work? We get holmium ore, which we then turn into holmium plates, which is made of holmium sulfide? Or is it just called holmium? Holmium solution. Eventually we turn that into the electromagnetic science. We came here and we did that first. Just this little base. This here is actually liquid, so we can't actually build on this. Not sure if I think I'm confusing this with another planet. This liquid is oil, isn't it? Or am I mistaken? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is oil. It's heavy oil, it's not crude oil. There are 3 different kinds of oil. There's gasoline, light oil, and heavy oil. Are you still nauseous? I'm slowly eating too much processed food. I'm feeling better. I've just been in like a lot of pain, and you know, eventually like my mood gets like worse. You know, like I'm really grumpy, really angry. Normally, like when you find like really angry people, it's because they're like depressed deep down. But I think my depression is like lifting pretty effectively. There's not even or I didn't even have robots when I came to this planet. I literally built this all by hand. As I'm looking at it here, like I'm just flying around like marking. Wait, this is gone. I was gonna say I marked these to be deleted. And they have been deleted. So I do have some robots here. The good thing about this planet is these resource patches, although they seem small, they're actually very dense. This one, 12 million scrap. You see my yapping on the job thing? No, I haven't. Let me just quickly... I know your attention's probably waning a little bit, so I'll just finish showing off here a little bit. The final planet I ended up going to was Vulcanus, and I know a lot of people end up using this planet as their main planet. The delightfulness of this is that there isn't exactly very many resource patches, but you don't need resource patches. I think you can find a little bit of like dirt, but the only real resource patches you find are this calcifium, like this calcified, kind of just seashells, right? Just like seashells. But what you do is you pump the lava out, and then you mix it with this stuff, and you can just get unlimited copper and iron out of the lava. And then how does it work again? This here is like an example of it. We've got that main stuff coming through, and it's going into these foundries, which are like 20 times stronger than each foundry will put out a bunch of belts, which is very counter. If you play games like Oxygen Not Included, how does seashells make copper from lava? And the foundry, dude, it's not it's called calcite. It puts out a lot of stone and what you want, molten copper or molten iron. Then you fold and bend the molten stuff, and then you need tungsten ore. Where's the tungsten ore coming from? Over here. The tungsten ore is the big one. And then you get these tungsten plates, and this technology sort of lets you get like mecha power armor, and kind of one of my next, like, I got to build a big train station and I got to turn this into like a mass production area, blah blah blah. But if you look out here, like, this is not good. You know, I've set up some automation and laser defenses. See these little yellow dots? Those are my artillery shells coming on in. And in order to get these artillery shells, which I'm gonna need to wipe out thousands and thousands of, we call these environmental activists, because they smell pollution, which pollution's not really reaching out here, which is why they aren't all crashing into the walls to attack me. But as the factory, obviously when I build this to be like 4 times the size, that pollution bubble is going to come all the way out around here. The trees and the water and even the bugs' nests themselves will start soaking up the pollution, but the trees will start dying, the water will start getting polluted, but the bug nests will grow and grow and grow. So that's why we went to Volcanus, because to make those artillery shells, I need these plates. However, so probably maybe today, I don't really plan on getting too much done today. Really. But, just familiarizing myself and playing around is like satisfying enough. And not only that, we get like this kind of science, metallurgic science. But I might be trying to set up and order a spaceship. And we've got Crisp's Cruiser. These were pretty complicated to learn. I've got like robotic arms that like, let me see if I can make it work. Alright, so this is like ejecting material, so we have too much material. And then this belt that it's ejecting things off is being monitored for what's on it. Oops, see, there goes one. And when there isn't enough resources on it, these little arms here will activate and grab meteorites from space. Let's fix that. And then that gets broken down into like different kind of space things. This is again another way to sort of get unlimited resources potentially. There's a bit more complicated stuff here going on. To make these fly, you need to actually mix the fuel into a decent distribution. And that's pretty important because, I mean, the fuel is like being made from the resources out around here. But it also needs to make like bullets, and that's sort of like the end game scaling sort of push. It's getting further and further out to space. You need once this starts flying, it gets pretty fucking hectic. It's hard to get it. I can't just slow down instantly. So once, if you're not breaking the meteorites and it starts destroying your ship, you end up getting what, like a cascade failure. Like, oh my god, my engines aren't shutting off. The signals have failed to shut off the engines, and asteroids are tearing through my ship, so my defenses are getting weaker, and now my power supply is getting weaker, and now my production's getting weaker, and then it just knocked out a chest filled with ammo. Oh my goodness, oh hot damn. One of these ones. Yeah, Crisp Alpha. But this one doesn't even have thrusters. All this one does is actually make signs and then blast it down to the planet below, which is pretty cool. So what did we look at? We looked at Fulgora, we looked at Volcanus, and then we have Gleba. And unfortunately, on Gleba, notice when I zoom in, nothing happens. It's like on the home planet, you know, you zoom in and you get nice and close, and then we can see things. But the reason we can see things is because we have radars. There's 7 things that build radars. Here's another thing that builds radars. I just want radar entities. I'm using a mod, and then I did turn on some mods. After thousands of hours, you end up tweaking the game to be just the way you like it, you know? Right, so this is like the non-modded thing. I can be like, oh, I would need to find something, and I type in radar. But it actually doesn't show me. This doesn't have the fine-tuning that the mod brings. This just shows me where my radars are built. So if I want to see radar entities, these are all the radars that are on Malvi. Surfaces or qualities. And then these are all my radars on different planets. Now, yeah, basically, I get to zoom in anywhere that there's radars. Yeah, I forgot about this. I've fine-tuned these lasers to not destroy this nest. This is actually a super complicated sort of logistics engineering thing, which is delightful. I'll need to figure out eventually. Won't shoot that, will it? Just need to make sure. But I was going to talk about Gleba. This planet looks like it's filled with stuff, and that this planet took me the longest out of anything to do. But the main theme with all of these is that they are just confusing, sloppy, crazy looking little bases. This is very small, like, you know, I have 6 of these here, and this is a nice little build that I can just like copy and paste. But I haven't done it because, like, before I came to this planet, I didn't have the ability to blow up cliffs. And this planet is just covered in mountains. Luckily, I had this flat area to, like, sort of build on, and I'm trying to not use it up too fast. It also has these big red zones, and see how it's, like, certain squares? In these zones, there are giant fucking worms. Like, massive worms that breathe lava and obliterate you. So this planet it gets me the artillery shells, it gets you big suits of armor, helps you upgrade your tanks, it gave me more access to nuclear power, and so on and so forth. This Fulgora planet gave me more access to... I mean, I should just look at this. Fulgora, here we go. Oh maybe it does. Okay, wait, that's right. So I am right that this planet does give me more access to big weapons and stuff. The actual mecha armor came from the very first planet I went to, which is I think why I went there. I chose not to get it though, because then the second planet I went to was Gleba, which is the one which I've been hinting at what happened there, but I haven't quite explained it. But this planet is dead. All of this has been destroyed. And the reason it's been destroyed is because building a base here was so counterintuitive to the thousands of hours of Factorio that I've learned. Getting power to this planet was so fucking difficult, and I didn't want to just put a nuclear power plant, which is I think what a lot of people do. Especially like I showed it earlier, like my nuclear power plant is like efficient and very nicely set up. But what's going on is this planet doesn't have any ore again. And another viewer that I'm on life support. Yeah, true. I can imagine. But anyway, this planet is made of fruit.
Testing.
And everything rots over the course of a few minutes. And I must have spent like 30 or 40 hours here. And it's sort of why I stopped playing. Not because I wasn't having fun or anything. It was just psychologically fucking... Were you the chatter who said earlier that you'll never play Pathologic because it isn't a game made to have fun? This was a little bit like that. Honestly, whoever said that to me, I went and watched a thing yesterday all about the 3 different kinds of fun.
BTW is Factorio appealing for the building of systems?
Yeah, it is like building systems and then reiterating them and building them up. Which is why I'm excited and devastated by Gleba. I almost want to go back there with my little dude right now, just for the fun of it. Although you can see where I was like putting down things. But I think next time I come here, I need to bring a lot of dirt. Because, for one, this down here was like... And I built here. I remember I just found it very constricting, hard to... Oh, I need dirt, because what I need to do is plant... You need to find this rich purple, and this rich yellow, and this rich purple. Well, one thing, these are all like different areas that I have to defend, which is really frustrating. But that's where like the fruit trees grow, and then you need to harvest the fruit in, and you have a few minutes to process that fruit before it rots. And then you have a few minutes to process everything from that rots, and so on and so forth. And then you need to be getting the rot out of the supply line and trucking it into furnaces to power the station. Because there's no water, or maybe, I don't know. I don't think there's water on this planet. I mean, there probably is. This is obviously... This kind of looks like water. There's no coal. Like, how do you heat the water? The solar power on this planet is running at like 5-10%. So you can't use solar. People just ship nuclear power out. So I was reiterating and reiterating and reiterating. Oh shit, did we just get power? Oh my god! Ow. And it's gone. There must be like the occasional solar panel. I know that these are like power plants. But anyway, without power and constant supervision and me being on this planet, once my guy left, the cracks in the system broke out, and the enemies on this planet, I said there were giant worms on the other planet. Those are pretty scary, but they stay in like their own area. But this planet, instead of having these like hundreds of little bugs or anything like that, they have like big bugs that will just steamroll, like big 8-legged spiders that are like 10 times the size of this building. You know, they're like the big worms are like 10,000 times bigger than the engineer, but it's just one worm. Whereas that planet just has these spiders that are like 30 feet tall. How do I explain it? Like elephants, the worms are like whales, and the Gleba spider things are like elephants. They just stomp through your base. So my Gleba base, which unironically took me like 40 hours, is completely destroyed. And honestly, just not very satisfying. But I went here completely blind, and I fully intended it for it to be destroyed like that. But what I didn't realize is that even by being like, hey, I won't hold my, you know, like, don't overdo it or blah, 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 it still took me the longest by far to build because of the rotting food and all of that.
I semi-bullshitted my way out of an interview today.
Oh, what did you do? Also, why is that so quiet for me? Oh, it's because I got it turned down over here. Well, that actually reminds me, there was like one thing I had to do. Meant to get an email from my landlord. Let me check in on that. Oh yeah. Oh, like, wait, your way out of an interview, or you're just saying that the interview went better than it should have, because you had to elaborate? I wouldn't call it lying. I would call it telling them what they want to hear, so that they can have an employee who, instead of them having a predisposition against you based on a misunderstanding of your experience and then therefore your skills, you had to guide them to understanding the reality of the situation. I got asked what system we used at my restaurant for my fictional job. I said that we used a ticket system for the in-house orders and electronic for Take It. Nice. Perfect. Dude, I often, like lately, talking to my doctor and then like talking to like other people and stuff. I just emailed you a copy of your rent increase. Please let us know if you have not received this. It's just past 5 o'clock. I totally forgot to do this. I don't know, like I'm on my Ritalin. I guess I am still kind of sick. But take it easy on myself. Stop overthinking things. Yeah, I don't see the email that she was meant to send me. Lucky I sent a follow-up on it. There's today, Thursday. I thought it was. All good. Reflection drum. Oh, I never heard it. That's good. The variety of different kinds of people within those kind of jobs is like you'll have people who take themselves very seriously and like also like thrive in high pressure situations. So you'll have like these competent people, and then you'll have all kinds, right? You'll have people who are just unqualified in anything, and then they'll go into jobs like that. You'll have, like I said, people who take themselves seriously, and then you'll have people who think that they take themselves seriously, but they'll actually just be incompetent dickheads. So, you got to watch out for that third kind, because like they'll be pretending that they'll be testing you to try to make themselves seem more competent, but ultimately you need to tell those people to fuck off. Be like, hey, like, you're not my boss. Don't sit here putting any pressure or telling me what the fuck to do. Even if they manage to, like, you know, if you feel like they're like catching on to the fact that you're maybe not as experienced as you should be.
I usually
Still
do
tell those
two
people
main
to fuck
things.
off.
Tell them my catchphrase, which is during my time as a food runner I learned to never leave the back of house without something, and to always give a warm smile and...
First. That is true. I think it's not like I think I am. I definitely just, especially when I was younger, I was like a bit too reactive. You know, like I was too easy. I played into like too much people's bullshit, and that goes both ways. Like either I'd be like, you can't make anyone
Talk about how Sundays were football days, huge 100k people stadium, so I am used to busy nights.
Nice. Yeah, nice. Yeah, so you can't let people think they're getting one up on you, but then you also don't want to push back in the other way where they feel like you've got one up on them. That's a big thing that that's a big problem I end up doing, right? Accidentally making people feel insecure. And these are like people who are already insecure. And then those people end up wanting to like fuck you over. Themselves feel better even though you didn't really do anything. But it's just like, hey, even though that person's like, you know, trying to tell you what to do when they're not your boss or whatever, I still need to learn to not be like, really telling them to like fuck off. Boom, boom, boom. I'm pretty keen to watch that HS Tiki full interview that you
make
sent me.
them
I looked
feel
it up.
insecure by one-upping, like for annoying or passive-aggressive co-workers.
Yeah, it's like it's sort of just something that's like happened a lot, but one of the best examples I can think of is when I was younger, and it really like took me back, because I, you know, ever since like 2009 I've been like working in hospitality, and I worked really hard at everything I did. Like I used to like mow the lawns for my parents, and you know, it wasn't like a small job, it was like an hour if I worked consistently and super effectively, you know, like an hour. Like I would have to fill up the lawnmower catch and empty it like 20 times or more. I remember our lawn, we had 3 main parts of our lawn, and on the longer part,
jobs. Also, is using TTS more often okay?
Yeah, TTS is great. You can type TTS boy and TTS girl, or just TTS for 3 different kinds of voices. if this will work. But I worked at Domino's Pizza.
Okay, I'm a cat girl at Kickbot.
Will Kickbot reply?
Wowie.
Wowie. Dude, I was watching Aiko's stream. Have you seen that comedian who stutters a lot? Aiko was snarking the shit out of him for good reason. He fucking divorced his wife after making it big and successful. While he was on tour, he sent a lawyer to serve her divorce papers without letting her know that they were breaking up or anything. And then he is talking to an AI chatbot who he's treating like a therapist, but he, instead of typing out to it, he has it like hearing his voice, and then it's dictating it back, and he's got it set up for like this cute girl voice, and he's being real fucking rude and impatient with the bot, and like getting all frustrated with it, like, oh my god, I just watched like a few minutes of it. He was like, oh, I can't even relate to the bot, let alone like a real person. Like, oh, and it's like, yeah, no shit, motherfucker. Plus, like, you're not even interfacing with the bot properly. You keep interrupting it, then telling it not to interrupt you, and then you're getting frustrated with it for like misunderstanding things. But it's just a fucking bot beating you back.
Ooh. Sounds fucked.
He's kind of funny, but like, he was like asking this bot like, well, when can I take the wedding ring off? And it's like, motherfucker, he's not dead. You know what the wedding ring is like symbolically meant to like symbolize or some shit? If you're like emotionally struggling to take the wedding ring off, no one else cares if you're wearing it or not. Did you take it off when you fucking cheated on her, dickhead? So like, I'm sure that's like the same part of the story. He was like, pretty sure he cheated on her and divorced her or some shit. Oh, I don't even fucking, fuck, I can't remember. It might have been mixed up. Aiko's partner like cheated on her, so.
Alright, we're switching.
Yeah.
Free.
Can you hear me, Harrison?
Sorry, that's the.
Yeah, I can hear you, but my mic is all.
Oh my god, dude. I might look at that a little bit. Immediately, like, just remembering that. Let me find the guy though.
My curiosity is piqued now.
Yeah, dude. Mine too, a little bit. It reminded me a whole lot of, who's that streamer who maybe broke up with, cheated on his girlfriend, and then he was trying to spend all the money to get rid of it, and he was real fat and pathetic for a long period of time, and him and his girlfriend was also called Melina, like Destiny's ex, used to NMP lol, they used to do cooking streams. Did you know about this? NMP lol. This dude, like, finally lost some fucking weight.
To ask if you can take your ring off to an eye has so many weird broken implications I wouldn't even know where to begin.
I know, right? Like,
I thought Melina initiated the divorce.
yeah, well, it's because he was cheating on her a bunch. Like a fucking pussy. He is the perfect example. You remember last stream I had, I was talking about that guy Lee. You were here, right, last stream, and Moon Tyrant popped into my Discord, and me and him were talking. And then I was like, oh, like Lee is like back in Justical server, and I was like, Lee is like this amazing example of someone who's got so much going for him. Like, he's a Nepo baby who's funny and charismatic and enthusiastic and...
Oof, I always try to not have opinions on relationships cause of context, but cheating is usual black or white.
Yeah, it is pretty black and white. And so like NMP low, So like that Lee guy became like a really solid example of just like a complete sociopath. In the sense that like he would constantly be trying to like morally grandstand on people and yada yada yada, but it was ultimately so that he could just be like a misfit, do a lot of drugs, sit on his computer every day, and sort of like fuck with people. Yeah, and he just fit that archetype like really, really well. Well, this NMP guy, he fits this other archetype of people who are like fat, weak, insecure, and they will pretend to be innocent and unaware of like, oh, I would never even think of like cheating. I would never even imagine doing this or that. And it's like, and then with that, they will like work their way into social groups. This is something Lee would do as well. They would like ingratiate themselves. Sorry. Lee was an amazing ingratiator. Within a short period of time of knowing him, you would be like, oh man, this guy's like someone I could ask for advice or this or that. But then it would always be like self-serving for him. It wouldn't even take a difficult situation, right, for someone like him to start fucking you over to make himself look good. Make himself look good to like a hot girl walks in the room, and you're like, oh, I've known this guy for like 2 months, and I really love him, I really like him, and then he'll just like fuck you over to impress the girl, a complete stranger, right? My brother's actually like that. It's not even like, it doesn't even have to be like a hot girl, right? It can be like some guy will walk into the room who is like, oh, I'm the CEO, and then just like impress this like loser stranger who's just like bragging a lot. They'll be like, oh no, like, you know, fuck over their friends or whatever. And that starts getting really, really weird when people are like that. That's like a bad thing that you should be instinctually inclined to avoid. Because these people will be like, you'll be like, oh, this is someone like this NMP lol guy, like, I should become a business partner with them, or, you know, who cares if he's my brother-in-law, or I should lend him a bunch of money, or like whatever, like I'm sure he wouldn't fuck me over. But then when they are in a situation to fuck you over, when NMP lol did lose a little bit of weight, when Melina helped him grow his stream, when everything finally started clicking for him, he immediately started cheating on her, buying other women like $50,000 handbags and shit like this. And then in the divorce courts, he's trying to tell them that like he'd never had that much money, and like, you know, despite there being evidence that he has spent tens of thousands of dollars on dates on this other woman, he makes out like the stream was only making like $60,000 a year. And this woman, Melina, his girlfriend, was like ride or die, built his career, just totally amazing. Like just the most amazing soulmate you could ever have. And he is just fully as totally
sad
committed to fucking her over as you could ever be. And the fact of the matter is they were both like pretty good streamers, but she put hers behind his to help him build it up. And so he's just like taking that with him. And then here's like the fucking early 20s side piece that he's now like dating, who he cheated on his fucking wife with. There will even be like a feeling that like, oh, he's being manipulated by this younger girl or whatever. Some motherfucker, like, he didn't have the ability to resist anyway. Ain't no doubt that he's manipulating her into seducing him back. I can't believe all these other fucking losers are still friends with him, to be honest. Man, look how much his girlfriend, his new girlfriend, is all over his channel. Mizkif reminds me of this, right? Like, just getting hot little Asian girls to, like, constantly be... So that when, like, other men look at your channel, they're like, oh, fuck, he's so cool that he gets to hang out with, like, all these hot girls. I wish I was him. It's like, fucking, fuck, dude. But this dude is, like, just the same. Drew Lynch. Oh yeah, he would do all of these jokes about his wife. That's right. He would sort of shit on his wife a lot. Fucked, right?
My wife has this thing, it's called ADHD. Do you guys know what this is?
But I hate my ADHD so much lately.
It's not ADD, by the way. That one's different. That's the one you diagnose yourself. That's where people are like, oh, sorry, I tuned out of your story. I have ADD.
This is so uncomfortable with all the context, lol.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
God, he sounds
definitely...
like a cunt.
Yeah. He is, like, good at, like, heckling and roasting people and that, you know. Did you watch the Louis C.K. breakdown that I did recently? Dude, some dude made, like, a 3-part thing on Louis C.K., which was, like, 5 hours total. God, I was hooked in for it. It was so good. Part 2 was really peak. Part 3 wasn't so, like, gripping, but, like, when you already got all the setup from Part 1 and 2, then you're like, oh, Part 3 actually kind of rules. But that was awesome. Because it broke down, it was exactly the way I like to do it, you know. Obviously, it's great to, like, look deeply into, like, CK and what he's up to, but then you talk about society and the implications, and it's a little bit like the NP lol thing, right? I roasted NP lol a lot, but then I focused on the girlfriend a little bit to be like, people might think that, like, she is turning him against the girlfriend or this or that, but then you have to understand how much he might, how this man is, like, fully built around building sympathy for himself. Louis C.K. was huge like that, even before he was sort of outed as a sexual harasser. Louis C.K. would never apologize for anything, and he would semi-acknowledge, like, he had done something wrong, but then he would always paint himself as, like, a little bit of a hopeless goofball, which would in turn downplay, like, actually that he's very, like, I mean, Louis C.K. is like Weinstein. He started the fucking Me Too movement, and the more you look into it, the more that's like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. He is a disgusting predator. Unfortunately, those strong words happen to apply perfectly to this man. He's not stuttering very much here, which...
Oh, you suck?
Sort of, I said earlier there's a stutterer, but yeah.
ADD. No, you suck?
Oh, dude, I was going to say earlier, actually, this reminds me, is like, just the thing with the workmates. When I was like 15 or 16, I remember one of my workmates talking to someone.
The internal thinking and coping for these broken cheater people needs to be studied. My stepdad had a secret second family and he divorced this year and that shit fell apart, big surprise.
Stepdad, and he divorced, I mean, I guess, he would divorce both sides. You got to imagine, when I got on my ADHD meds, I realized, like, oh, now that I'm medicated a little bit, I can see how some people manage to hold down multiple personalities and lives and this and that, whereas I'm, like, barely holding on to myself as a single coherent person, right? But then, you know, I get medicated and I'm like, oh, now I see how they do it. For them, it's like being on methamphetamine. For me, I literally take methamphetamine and then I, like, start feeling like the rush or the motivation. But I was going to say, when I was younger, and this is also like an ADHD related thing, someone said to one of my workmates, this guy, like, oh, is Crispy like a good worker? And he's like, not really. And I was like, shocked. It was like quite cutting. I wasn't like upset exactly, but I totally didn't expect it because I work really, really hard. I get really good marks in like school. And I, in a way, like, applied that to my job, which was true. Like, I had the best upsale records. I would open the store. I could get whatever hours I wanted. You know, I could handle any situations. Other workers would like ask me to like help them do things or get me to, if I was there at like a stressful time, I would, you know, lean into the task and blah, blah. So in my point of view, I'm a great worker, but there are obviously things that I like can't exactly see. Like maybe I'd be making dough for like an hour or whatever, but there'd be so much else going on. I actually wouldn't end up making the dough. And then from someone else's point of view, it's like, well, weren't you meant to be like doing that? And it's like, well, I was ADHDing out doing all this other shit, which you can't see actually that I've handled all of this other stuff. But and then like other times when I'm at work, like, I am constantly working, so like that's like the perfect situation for the ADHD brain. In my everyday life, it's like, you know, very overwhelming that it's like, oh my god, I've done nothing, but I feel like I have to do everything. And I mean, often it's like, actually, you get that ADHD paralysis where it feels like you're doing a lot of everything, and you literally are like doing nothing. Very bizarre. It's a very fucking like psychosomatic, psychophysical situation in the brain. But I was going to say, like, with workmates like that, that was the kind of guy who I was a lot more calmer and on top of things, because like when I was younger, like I actually did have a lot of satisfying, fulfilling like life stuff going on. But I would still get like blindsided in an unusual way, especially not knowing I had ADHD and stuff. So that's my rice cooker for steaming a dry as fuck sandwich I left in the fridge. Oh, true. I don't remember. I saw like last year or the year before, like when I was like real fucked up, and you know, like I'd buy like the Domino's and I'd say like it's really my most calorie efficient meal and stuff. I would always have like dry bread, like uneatable dry bread, because they would give away a lot of bread at this place near me, so I'd always go get free bread but not be able to eat it. I'm pretty sure you can just like run the bread under the tap and then chuck it back in the oven, and it'll turn back into like fresh bread. Yeah, like steaming, like you're saying. I cook so much shit in my rice cooker. Today I made like basically like a little casserole in my rice cooker. But I was still feeling like kind of fucked up. I don't know what made me sick. I did like a bigger set. I sat there thinking a lot about all my different diet and everything, and if I was like overworking myself by like working out too much or anything, but I don't know. I think it just can happen sometimes. Definitely need to do some washing and whatnot, but it's not like having dirty sheets will make me sick. But, made like a nice casserole today. Yeah, anyway, I think there were definitely times like that workmate and one of my managers, I think they were like trying to do some sort of like drug deal or some shit, which is pretty normal. Like I used to sell a lot of weed when I worked at Domino's, and so did they. Like I remember one time she gave me a hit of a cigarette, but it was just like weed. And then I was like high. I was like going on a delivery, and then I just realized like I'm high as fuck. But I was working so much. My girlfriend was kind of a fucking bitch.
I took the subway in Midtown to go to Upper West Side. I found an underground food mall in the subway, and there was a donut store. They had a conveyor belt to fry them in oil, and it was the best thing I've eaten in months.
Fresh. Like you pick a donut and then you put it on the conveyor belt. Kind of sick. But yeah, I think my manager was like, "Hey, this getting a little bit higher will chill Crispy out, probably make him feel better." And it did. But I was flying to Germany in like a month or two, and I was like, "You motherfucker, it's gonna be in my blood what if they blood test me in the airport? Obviously, it's never going to happen, but I was young and just wasn't really too sure, and basically committed myself to stop smoking. I smoked a lot of weed when I was like 15 or 16. When I say a lot, like a gram or two every week. And then when I was like 17 and a half, I'd been smoking for like a year and a half or something like that. And I was like, oh, I want to move to Germany in 1 year, so I'll stop. But honestly, Ritalin kind of, you know, I'll tell other
Fresh
like American
donut is one
people.
of mankind's best desserts. Dude, I wanna be a server so bad. I used to be afraid or inept at social jobs. The ADHD meds therapy and Disco Elysium actually helped, lol.
Yeah, Elysium, very helpful. Yeah, I'm thinking about just trying like weed therapy. I don't think I can afford it, but like, I brought it up to Aiko on her chat yesterday, and she was just like, I was like, yeah, I don't know, my Ritalin is just very intense, so I'm just thinking about like trying out weed for my ADHD, because like in the past, my experiences with weed have been really good. Apart from it being expensive and a crime to buy it, and having to deal with like criminals therefore, and you know, the judgment from society and all of those things, but that isn't the weed's problem. That's societal and monetary problems. That's like, I need therapy, I need support. Aiko rules. She has like a ADHD and like obsessive compulsive, so like and like it feels like a little bit of Tourette's and stuff. She's got like a pretty similar set of neurodivergence that I can like relate to in some ways. You know, some ways we're the same, some we're not. So she smokes up real hard. It fucks with your already depleted dopamine baseline. Yeah, it does, but like I said, like from my past with it and all of that, when I'm doing like good in my life and or whatever, like with the depression and the mentality and stuff, you know, if I'm not, then it's bad. You end up falling into like pits of, you know, trying to fill that by like smoking too much weed or and not getting out, you know, and rotting and stuff. That's never going to be good for anyone. But that level of like relaxation and then the high anxiety that the weed can bring is usually something that I've managed to like offset and use to create like more of a cognitive, physical like engagement with the world. So when I used to smoke weed, I was doing amazing at university. I would be regularly going to the gym while smoking weed. I would regularly be meditating and like having like a stronger routine, and smoking weed was part of that routine. Whereas now, like taking Ritalin is like part of my routine, and it's just kind of stressful. It's kind of full on. Not only that, like the weed is like pain relief. Helps with sleep. Helps with ADHD. I get what you're saying, like about the dopamine thing, but that's a problem that I'm always going to have, no, if I'm on weed or not. So we're just trying to find like the best suitable ways to fix it. One big problem is like just being a dumb arsehole because you're high all the time. And it for me, it was not really good for studying. It works for others, and then more power to them. Yeah. For sure. I wouldn't like be high and studying. There was a girl I used to do law with, and she would be high and studying though. But I don't think it did her any favors actually, really. Let's finish watching this comedy thing about this cunt's wife. I'm gonna go pee real quick though. I'll be right back.
story. I have ADD. No, you suck. You're addicted to your phone. You need to take responsibility. ADHD, that one's a little more intense, all right? She had to go to a hospital to get that H. Now, when she went to the doctor was like, you have what's called ADHD. And she was like, what? And he was like, this is the third time I told you. Please stop coming back here. Now, if you don't know what ADHD is, you probably knew someone in school who had it, right? ADHD kids, they were always like the weird kid in class, all right? The one that does this shit. The weird kid, you know, not the quiet one, not the quiet emo that's to themselves weird, no. The other weird one. The one who sat next to the emo kid and asked them questions. Like, so, is black your favorite color? You wear it all the time. You wore that black hoodie last Wednesday and on Friday. Do you wear eyeliner on the weekends? You're always in eyeliner. I noticed that it's also black. Did you know black is the absence of color? I have a hoodie as well that's black, but it's reversible with blue. Technically, that's one color and no colors. That's how they fucking talk, by the way. I would cut myself too. Now, people with ADHD, they get hyper-focused and easily distracted at the exact same time. So that means they are really good at starting projects. Did you feel how unsatisfying that was? That was a polite way of saying they're good at making a mess in my living room all the time. Because what happens is she will get started on something, and then she sees movement, so then she starts doing whatever this thing is, and then a sound goes off, so then she's doing whatever that, and then her phone happens, and then, so then it's like living with a Roomba, you know? It's just, you follow the trail of broken dreams until she's stuck in the corner somewhere. And there's just things. It looks like Etsy took a shit in our house. It's just miscellaneous random things. But she has good intentions, and I guess that counts for something. So this is what she'll do. She'll say something like,
no shit, literally just looked up stuttering comedian, and then it's just him joking about his wife, who he is now just totally fucked over. Pretty revealing. And then making fucking videos about it is crazy. In fact, yeah. 3 days, 90k views. It's 10 times bigger than his last 5 videos. And then there's one from a month ago which has still 5k less views. Might have to go ask Aiko for a link, but we'll see if this is the one where he's being incredibly rude to the AI.
I'm a mess. Like, I'm a mess. I'm When it's not that way anymore, you I just didn't think that as a whole.
Honestly, I should work harder to, like, just do things like, and it'd be like, or, I don't know, it'd just be fun for me. I should use my leverage as a streamer, right? But hey, Aiko, come on and tell me about this guy and we'll have a little gossip about it. I swear she would love it. I just gotta make sure I communicate myself properly, like, she can be super fucking high sometimes, and you don't want to send the wrong message to someone who's going to be like a little bit overwhelmed by it. The other day, she was watching, I don't know what you call it. I guess it's like snarking, like she's got that
Heading
snarkle
out.
organ. Oh, you're heading out? Alright, alright. But she was watching this person called Firebat, and I like typed in a chat, I was like, man, you'd have to be such a goofy goober, and I'm glad I used such soft language. You have to be such a goofy goober to want to date this guy. And I didn't realize that the girl in the video that, you know, had dated him was in chat. And Aiko was like, what the fuck are you saying, Crisp? I was like, how do you let this guy push you around? Like, how the fuck? I was like, this person and like the appearance, like letting him move in must be, you know, obviously goofy goobers, which I'm totally correct on. It's a little bit, I don't know if tone deaf is the word of me, but like, it's not the vibe of the conversation. The vibe that they're doing at the time is, you know, just pretending like they're being serious, looking into something, but really they're just, it feels like you're watching Chris Chan in 2012. I mean, most people are kind of like the appearance. I got to assume the girl who dated, say like a slightly less retarded Chris Chan had a girlfriend, and then Chris went and lived with that girlfriend's family, you'd be like, well, she's a bit of a goofy goober, and then the parents probably a bit like her, right? The girl was in chat. Tag me in, brother? Oh, yo. You still getting your VC? You should chat sometimes. Sometimes. But honestly, I should really just caveat that as like a not really, but it was definitely something I used to be like super into, so I don't really know what changed. Oh, welcome in, Techno. Technar. We were just talking about Drew Lynch, the stuttering comedian that served his wife divorce papers while he was off on tour. He didn't message her, it wasn't like a nice friend, it wasn't anything like that. He just fucking served his wife papers, and now he's making YouTube content out of it.
Whole world of people who don't know this side of me, or know versions of this side of me. And at least I win for myself. So maybe one of those is an illusion. You gotta figure out which one it is. You gotta figure out if I'm...
I'm gonna chat GPT how to get through a divorce. Can you tell me how I get through the day without crying?
Finding healthy ways to cope can be helpful. This might include practice.
It's literally, it's so bizarre. He's done this to himself completely. And then he's aggressively, cowardly fucked his wife over. And then making content being like, I'm so upset, I'm so upset. It reminds me of some dude who's been like molesting women and then being like, oh, it was just because I'm so nervous around women.
Self-care.
No, this is all real. This is all real.
Support from friends.
And you know what it is, like he got famous and blew up and started doing well for himself and then abandoned the woman who, you know, was his supportive soulmate through the hard times. Fucking loser, bro.
Or family, or
I'm an introvert. I'm an introvert. What if she got all of the friends in the divorce?
It's understandable to worry about that.
You know, what happened here is, for one, what's the point that you're trying to making? I'm an introvert, I'm an introvert. Okay, you're immediately like, there's no real point behind this. It's just as such, you're just saying, you know, introvert, extrovert. It's this weird binary. Really, like, it's up to interpretation what you think an introvert or an extrovert is, because no one is either. It's not real. Grouping the entire of humanity into two different personality types, you could mean anything by this. What this is meaning is like, oh, this makes it harder for me. But who knows why? Oh, you're an introvert, as in you're emotionally overwhelmed by human attention, but you're also a stand-up comedian? Thanks for communicating so aggressively that you're an introvert, as if I'm meant to know what that means in your situation, dickhead. Like, worse than a zodiac sign. The introvert extrovert thing is so fucked. It's really just that, like, yeah, like an introvert. An introvert just seems like a more baseline normal person, and an extrovert is just people who apparently feed off of human attention, and they feel more energized and more into it, which just seems ridiculous. There's a certain kind of attention that everyone enjoys, and that's different for everyone. But also, even, I think for everyone that comes in moderation, right? I love having sex. It makes me feel great. Sometimes I just need a woman, but I don't want that from everyone. I'm allowed to be a little bit discerning, right? Does that make me an introvert or an extrovert? I don't think those words work. You know what I'm saying? Let alone aggressively yelling it at a fucking chatbot and then saying, she got all the friends, motherfucker, you fucked her over. Of course your friends and family think that you're a cunt.
Of the friends in the divorce.
It's understandable to worry about that, especially as an introvert. It can feel very isolating.
Mm-hmm.
In situations
Well, I was just agreeing.
like that.
No, I was just agreeing. Could please repeat what you just said?
Is this how he talks to his wife? Like an asshole? You can tell this guy's famous, because he's a prick.
I can't even connect with the robot. Please, can you just repeat what you just said, please? No, now you're talking over me. Can you please repeat what you said before when I was talking before? I'm sorry.
I understand. I was just saying that building a new support network can take time, and focusing on things you value.
How much
or
time?
small
How much time?
positive-
How much time? Do I introduce myself to people? I don't want to meet other women. When should I take off the ring? Does it matter? I don't want to take off the ring because that feels like I'm out on the prowl. Do you know what I'm saying?
You left her.
That's a common consideration, and the timing can be a personal decision. There's no set.
Yeah, motherfucker. A personal decision. You already decided to emotionally remove yourself from your wife and then divorce her on tour without letting her even realize that there was a problem with your relationship. That's what this motherfucker did. He sent a legal professional to go find his wife and interrupt the middle of her otherwise regular day to just hand her papers being like, hey, you've been served. This is a legal notice. He rips. She's like, "What? What do you mean?" And then they're like, "Oh, it was by your husband. It was by Drew Lynch." She's like, "That's my husband. Why is it my husband serving me?" Opens the letter. Doesn't even verbally. No one tells her. She just reads it off the letter. You're getting divorced. Outrageous. That's your soulmate. That was your life decisions. That was your greatest emotional investment. Oh, apparently it was just not worth the time. No due diligence, no effort to sustain it. Like, outrageous, dude. This is like one of the things that you should fight for. One of the things that you should have built your entire character around, like, developing and working into a meaningful something. But no, apparently for a guy like this, that was just totally something that he randomly fell into and then secretly walked away from, and now puts out content like this, not realizing how much of a cunt this makes him look like, so that he can get 100,000 views and make $50 off it.
Rule, and it often depends on how you feel and what feels right to
Yeah,
you.
incel seething,
Some
dude.
people take them off right away, while others take more time. It might also relate to how you want to
People in
signal
relationships
to
are often
others,
worse than
and
incels.
that's a valid concern.
How
I
do
also
I
have some
not creep her Instagram? How
I've got some level of respect for incels for at least naming and identifying their problems. And then, you know, acknowledging the reality of it. And then the whole rest of the world wants to pretend like they're all in fucking healthy relationships, when a whole bunch of them are just like fake feminists pumping out children to fucking make little narcissistic clones of them, their own fucking selves. Because they're narcissistic cunts who are inevitably going to arrange little fucking losers.
Some
It's their
people in
fucking
relationships are worse than incels. Truth nuke.
100%, dude. Motherfuckers out there getting cream pied, and then that's the depth of their relationship, is literally 6 inches in their pussy. Oh, maybe a kid will make us closer. Fucking. Oh, now I'm hormonal, bitch. You were fucking a mess. Even before you got pregnant.
how do I check up on her in a way that's not creepy?
You don't.
Situation you're thinking about?
Yeah,
Motherfucker doesn't even
I
know
think,
how to
like, I
treat you
want
like a
her
human.
to know that, like, I want to know that she's okay, but also, like, we're not supposed to.
She's not.
Like,
she's not
talk.
okay, dude. She's not okay. But you know what? She is a real human being who is fully able to grieve and move on and do all of her emotional shit without you having to feel like you have some totally necessary, mandatory place in her fucking everyday life. Even though at some point she opened up to letting you be there for her like that, you are obviously incapable. It'd be a hell of a story, having this level of like absolutely massive character failure, and then watching a guy like that or a relationship like this come right again. Totally possible, you know. There isn't anything saying a guy like this couldn't turn it all around and figure out how to be a good partner. But at this point, with what is going on here, he's fucking scum. He's fucking dirt. Do I find this offensive or just retarded? And also, I don't know why the TTS didn't read that out. Hard to say. This isn't really the kind of content we would usually watch around here. I just thought it was insane watching him, one, not be able to
Cut
differentiate. Yeah. Yeah. Not be able to differentiate between the AI and a human. Like the way he apologizes to the AI or talks to it and all of that. It's also like a parasocial thing that he's like fully aware this is going on social media, so he's like partly talking to the audience and whatnot. And then, but then like venting to the AI, read it shitty, because he can't do that with a real person, but probably definitely wants to.
Sounds like you're
There's just so much going on here.
navigating a difficult balance. It's completely
You know who this guy is, Techno? Like he used to do fuckloads of comedy where he would, a lot of the butt of his joke was his neurodivergent wife, and then he's like neurodivergent and stutters and is like good at like dealing with hecklers and being a cunt as well, like being an arsehole is sort of his thing.
understandable to still care about your ex-partner's well-being. However, if there are boundaries or agreements in
How do I
place,
stalk her in a
finding
not
ways
creepy
to
way?
respect those can be important for everyone involved.
How do I emotionally devastate her and then constantly use that as an excuse to keep in contact with her? And not make it seem weird.
Sometimes allowing for space is part of the process. Is there anything specific you feel we didn't fully address?
Nothing that I think you would understand.
And then he just talks down to it like an arsehole. What is this dude's problem? Grown men are becoming furries. And it's a problem. Let's have a look at this Piers Morgan thing that happened. He walks off his own show. He just can't deal with, like, HS Tiki being, I guess this kid is just obviously on his face like a degenerate loser. Which I'm sure Piers finds uncomfortable to see someone, like, just lean into it. But it simultaneously to also be totally, despite leaning into being a total shitbag, being in an incredibly comfortable place to be like, but you're like this, Piers. It's a little bit like the time that fucking dude dressed up like Dr. Phil. The guy from Bum Fights was like, yeah, I get like people who are down on their luck and make content out of them on TV for my own profit. Just like you, Dr. Phil. That was awesome.
About your silly little insult. It's like a 2-year-old. Why would I care?
A 2-year-old? A 2-year-old? Listen, sir, I don't know why you come on and you talk like you're holier than thou. As soon as you're away, who's this? Applications are open.
All right, let's just
that's your ting, bro. That's your girl.
Let's end this, please.
Cooked.
You know what? I'm not doing this. Sorry, guys. It's pointless.
That is crazy. So I had a wee look around to where we could actually watch the interview, and I don't think I found it on Piers Morgan's channel or anything, but I think it's right here.
No, you sound alright to us now. Harrison, I'm going to give Piers the
18-minute video on Tiki-Toki's YouTube, so...
Go ahead, we're going to try and do this, okay?
Alright, let's run it.
Let's run it!
Let's run it! That's honestly a pretty hype moment. Obviously, my only experience of this guy is from, like, the...
Right, let's run this, yeah?
The Louis Theroux doco, which just showed him to be, like, a disgrace. But, there's a lot of people who are just absolute disgraces.
We're starting now, you're going to hear
production, I can hear you, but I can't see.
Here we go.
Oh, did I watch...
Look at the camera.
Louis Theroux did, like, a thing recently. He's just, like, an Andrew Tate light or whatever, right? Like, this guy runs, he's got, like, a website where he's like, yeah, put money in here and then I'll, like, invest it into crypto markets and return your money back to you and blah, blah, blah. And then, like, sign up to the Patreon to, like, become a real man. And, like, we don't believe in depression here, like... And so, like, you get a lot of young men who are, like, really insecure and, you know, fucked up, and he, like, scams money off them, but also, like, gets a bunch of stuff to then go to the gym and talk about, like, getting buff and fucking heaps of women, and then interviewing OnlyFans girls, but then telling them they're fucking whores. You know, it's just, like, Myron, fresh and fit bullshit. Louis Theroux did, like, a pretty great interview with, or a doco, on Myron Gaines. Zerka was in it, Sneeko was in it, and this Tiki-Toki guy was sort of like the main thrust of it. He was like, you know, like, if there was like 3 big parts, he got like his own part, which was sort of like the main big part.
Camera, Harrison.
Again, I've had many memorable clashes with it. Man and
just, you'll hear, can you hear him?
Blurred line, being celebrating men, but also hating women. Also spoken and written a lot about how the manosphere influencers have filled a very real vacuum of male role models. They've given many young men an outlet for their frustrations about a culture which they think talks them down and blames them for everything, even as they've become poorer, lonelier, dumber by every available measure. In my view, the likes of Andrew Tate have not always wielded their huge influence responsibly. I've told him that to his face multiple times.
Yeah.
Come and deny, Harrison.
The real problems they've exploited. Louis Theroux's new documentary, Inside the Manosphere on Netflix, puts a different spin on things. Many believe it's a cultural watershed. Instead of the brainstorming hubris and bullish ambition we've come to expect, the stars of the show are depicted as shallow, insincere money grabbers whose only real motivation seems to be social media clout. There's no doubt that many young men find all these people highly entertaining. It's Harrison Sullivan, better known as HS Tiki-Toki, who joins me now.
Hello, Piers.
What do I call you? Do I call you Harrison? Do I call you HS? Do I call you Tiki-Toki? What do I call you?
You can call me anything, whatever you'd like. Harrison, HS, whatever you feel more comfortable with, Piers.
Let me call you Harrison, because your mother calls you Harrison, right?
Yes.
So look, I'll be honest, I didn't know who you were until about 2 weeks ago. When I was
Piers, sorry, I'd really like to see your beautiful face while I'm talking to you. I can't see you.
Okay.
Don't worry, we'll try and fix
Your
it.
face, so we're good. We'll try and fix it so you can also see mine.
Harrison, can you hear me? You should be able to see Piers.
I mean, I can see a picture of him, but not his. I can see a picture of him, but not him live.
That appears when we cut the feed to live.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, coming back to you now.
Cool.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, and I can see you. I can't hear you now, bro. This is really amateur. I can't hear you now.
Can you hear me now or not?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, let's just pick it up. I'm just curious why you did the show. Did you not know Louis Theroux? Did you think it would be something else? Are you pleased with the way you came over?
So I had no idea who Louis Theroux was. The morning that he was coming round, I had some of my team come to me and go, "Oh, do you realize what this is? Do you realize who he is?" I wasn't asked, and I'm still not bothered about it. You know, some people might think it was a mistake going on. Me,
He's very
I
bothered
thought it was
by
a very, very fun experience.
And when I was watching the Netflix show,
Lost his mind.
I was just curious what you want that influence to be, right? Because your mother's in the show, and we'll come to quite an amusing clip where she talks about me, actually. She doesn't want you to do this interview, I think, was the bottom line. So you're defying your mother again, and we'll come to that. But your mother's, you know, I was watching her, and I was watching you interact with them. I actually knew your father a bit back in the 90s. Victor Abugu, who was an England rugby player. Met him a few times.
Your friends?
Liked him. And we can come to that as well. You know, and I'm just curious how somebody whose mum is like that, whose dad was like he was when I knew him, how somebody ends up thinking that the key to life, that the joy of life, the satisfaction of life, comes from rage baiting people in their DM, rather than something a little bit more, you know, I hesitate to use words where your fan base will go, "Oh, shut up, granddad, you don't get it." But is there not more to life to be achieved than rage baiting morons in their DMs?
Okay, well, I'm glad you called them morons, because that is the idiots that I've attracted from the mainstream coverage with the documentary. But there's a lot more to life. For me, the main thing in life is making money, being healthy, and enjoying that money with my family and having great experiences. The experiences that I have now, since I've come back from Mother's Day, whatever, with my mum in the last, 5-6 years since I've been on social media, have been great. And they're the things that I'll be looking back on when I'm 60, 70 years old. You know, the nice dinners, the nice weather, just the nice times that I've shared. So I don't think the beauty of life is rage baiting retards in my comments. But when I'm sat there and
what do you actually want your younger male followers to end up being like? It's a genuine question. Because in the Netflix show, what I saw was a guy who says, look, on the one hand, if I had a daughter who did OnlyFans, I'd disown her. And yet you are directly involved in promoting a load of women who are on OnlyFans, right?
You're a smart man, right? You wouldn't be in this position if you weren't a smart man. You can answer that question yourself. You know exactly why I'm promoting girls. I'm not even actively promoting any right now, but you know exactly why I'm doing it. You don't need to ask me that question. There you go. You answer. So why are you asking a question you already know?
No, I'm not.
It's a very, very easy answer.
You're missing my point, Harrison. I'm not disputing that you are making money or that you're perfectly entitled to. I'm just curious why you would want to send a message to young men you're trying to be influential over, to the extent where you want them to part with money to be like you. And on the one hand, your message is OnlyFans is awful, these girls that do it are awful. But on the other hand, you're making money promoting them. It's hypocritical.
Look, I think OnlyFans girls can do what they want, you know? I'm not bothered. It's the same way I think people can be gay if they want. I'm not bothered. When it comes into my family, where I have control over the situation, that's where I'll dictate what happens. So it's a very valid point that I don't want my daughter to be on OnlyFans. I don't want my daughter to be in the red light district in Amsterdam. But if I went to Amsterdam and I was walking down and I saw a Colombian 9 out of 10, would I go in and visit? Well, depends how many drinks I'd had that night. But that doesn't mean I necessarily agree with it or would like that girl to be my daughter or would raise my daughter like that. Makes perfect sense.
And if your son, if you had a son who turned out to be gay, you would disown him, you said?
No, my actual life ambition, right, genuinely since young, is to grow up, make money, retire my mum, meet a nice girl from a good family, then have a gay child who fucks other guys. That's what I want. So I genuinely want that. I also want him to go out on the weekend and put makeup on and, you know, dance around in the gay strips.
Listen,
no, I want that.
I can hear your fan base cheering you on. I know what you're doing. It's the double down, treble down. In fact, I saw some of your posts on social media before you did this interview. I'm going to own everything. I'm going to double down. I'm going to play that game. Fuentes did that a bit with me. And you know what I think?
Do you know what, bro? There's not a game.
By the way, I'm not your bro, Harrison. Call me Piers. I'll call you.
What, you don't want to be my bro?
I don't really want to be. I don't really want to be your bro, mainly because I have 2 bros of my own. One of whom was an army colonel, and one of whom is an excellent man as well. However, let me just ask you what you said in the documentary. You clearly actually would, by your own admission, disown a son who said they were gay. And yet your mother, you said, hates people that are racist, sexist, homophobic, and so on. Why be so brazenly homophobic? If your own mother, who you clearly love and respect and care about, if she's so against that, why would you be so happy to be brazenly homophobic?
I wouldn't say I'm homophobic.
You would disown a child for being gay. That's about as homophobic as it gets.
That's your opinion, and in my opinion, that's not homophobic.
It's a fact of what homophobia is.
Okay.
What do you think homophobia is?
I think homophobia would be severely discriminating against gays, and I think that, you know, maybe going around and bullying them or whatever could be considered homophobic.
You don't think
I don't really care what the definition is.
Bullying them because of their sexuality?
I'm not bullying them. I'm not bullying my child.
By disowning them?
It's not bullying.
What is it?
Definitely not bullying.
What would you call it? You disown your own child for being gay, something they couldn't possibly
I'd call it good parenting. That's what I'd call it. I'd call it good parenting.
Really?
We clearly have different beliefs. I don't care what your belief is. If you grow up, okay,
no, we don't actually.
you'll work your whole life.
We both come from the same belief, which is we were brought up by mothers who did not share this view. So actually, we're very similar. It's just you've taken a weird turn where your mother, who hates homophobia, has got a son who actually thinks it's perfectly okay to say you would disown your own child, your own son, if they said they were gay. And
would you be happy if you raised your son and your son came out gay? Would you be happy, Piers? Would you be happy, Piers, if you had one child, one son?
I wouldn't care less.
You wouldn't care?
No.
Okay, then that's your beliefs. Me and you have totally different beliefs.
Yeah, but the only thing
I know that you're trying to double down on this point.
Yeah, but Harrison, why do you think your belief does not constitute homophobia?
Piers, we can all have a push and a shove. You might not agree with some of my points. I don't agree with some things that you do and the way that you act.
That's fine.
And I don't need to go into them. But if you want me to, and you want this to turn into something that it doesn't need to be, then we can all have a push and a shove.
I'm genuinely interested in how you felt this Netflix show went, and the things that Louis Theroux had you saying on camera. I'm genuinely curious what you think about the way people have responded to them. Honestly, that's all I care about. I'm not here to trap you. I'm not here to put words in your mouth. I'm not here to do any of that kind of thing. I'm very aware that your fan base, whatever happens between you and I, it doesn't matter. You will have owned me, killed me, crushed me, destroyed me. Let's just accept that's a given, okay? That is how these interviews always go, whether it's Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, whoever.
Do you know what I don't like, Piers? Do you know what I don't like?
Gaines in a minute. It'll be the same thing. So I assume, let me just tell your followers, Harrison HS Tiki Toki has owned me, beaten me, defeated me.
Okay, listen, I respect guys that have their own opinions, right? But I don't really respect you trying to come on and say, oh, I'm homophobic and try and really push that point when I wouldn't say I'm homophobic at all.
No, I understand that, but I'm curious why you don't think disowning a child for being gay is homophobic.
What I do with my children is up to me. What I do with my children is up to me.
Of course.
Okay?
Of course.
I don't agree with you going to Epstein's Island and having freak-offs with Ghislaine Maxwell and the rest of them. But I don't need to bring it up because this is about misogyny
just to be clear,
and everything like this.
Harrison,
okay?
Okay,
I don't agree with that,
just
sir.
To be clear,
freak-offs on the island.
Yes, nor do I. And as is a
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Do you want to keep doing this? You'll make yourself look very stupid.
Are you sure, Piers?
That I've never been to Jeffrey Epstein's island. I'm 100% positive. I never met the man, never went to his island, and met Ghislaine Maxwell for 5 minutes at a book launch. If you've got any supplementary
mentioned a lot of times.
No problem.
A lot of times in there, sir.
I have no problem. You're not, I don't think, if I say this very respectfully, I don't think you're very well informed about things like that. Or you wouldn't go there, because it's...
Why are you in the files?
Why don't you check the 27 references to me in the files?
Why are you in the files, sir? Very close to these types of people.
Go and check. And all your followers, you can. The great thing about the Epstein files, you can put somebody's name in, and you can
like
see
to compare me to Tate and Myron and everyone else. So,
Harrison,
because my name is close to them in the manosphere. But if I compare you to Epstein and Maxwell, you have a clear problem with it, sir. You compare me to Myron and all the others in this homophobic, misogynistic, whatever world. I'm comparing you to Epstein then, because you're in his files.
Harrison.
Exactly. You're
making yourself look an even bigger idiot than you did on the Netflix.
Pierce just always looks like such a fuckwit. It has actually been Pierce just trying to talk over the guy for like a minute or two now. It takes nothing to like break Pierce.
Big show.
Oh, really? Really? Yes. To people like you, sir, I don't mind that. You make yourself look like an idiot every single day when your wife is at home posting pictures that you're out and she wants to get used like a toy by a big black man who is cleaning her car. Is that why you have a problem with me? Is that why you're pushing this homophobic narrative?
That was that thing that got posted on my Discord was.
Your wife while you are on holiday.
It was Pierce's wife?
We can all have a push and a shove.
Let me pull up exactly what Tiki Toki's talking about here.
The documentary.
Holy, it was sketchy as fuck, dude. Hold up. I didn't realize who this woman was. What the fuck? I just thought that this was being posted in my Discord because it was a crazy fucking post. But it's literally when husband's away and Mr. Suds comes to play. And it's like, there's no way that this guy came to your house just to wash your car in a Speedo. You are undeniably fucking this guy. And like, this was like 10 years ago, but like, she's just left that up as a public post. Let me Google, is this Pierce's spouse, Piers Morgan? Been married for 16 years. He posted that 6 years into their marriage. Holy dude. Holy shit. Dude, HS Tiki Taki actually did do his work. Oh, one of my bros is the colonel. Oh, your friends are like strong military dudes that carry your wife around? Thank you for your service. Yeah, who's this black man in a Speedo washing your wife's pussy, dude? I mean car. I mean Audi. Hashtag you missed a spot. Hashtag everyday sexism. Not an object, but I want to be. Hashtag not an object, but I want to be. Hashtag Hollywood life, dude. She's not even in Britain. She just goes overseas and fucks around. Holy shit, bro. He's a cock! He's a cock!
Documentary and less of the homophobia.
Do you know what? Here's what I think about you. I watched the documentary.
Let's see Pierce's fucking face. Oh man, it's falling off. My face. My face wins.
She's cleaning her car. Is that why you have a problem with me? Is that why you're pushing this homophobic narrative? Because I'm the big black man that shagged your wife while you are on holiday. Okay? We can all have a push and a shove, sir. Let's go back to talking about the documentary and less of the homophobia.
Do you know what? Here's what I think about you. I watched the documentary. I think you're a fucking idiot. I think you're a sexist, misogynist, homophobic twerp who got exposed in a global way.
You and what army,
by
buddy?
Netflix,
You're a
by
twerp.
Louis Theroux for what you are. You're a little half-wit, and you'll make your little followers.
Don't get rattled.
A little laugh
Don't get
and everything
rattled.
else. But I don't see any
Don't
point
get rattled.
wasting. There's
The
no point in
cortisol's
wasting my
spiking,
time
bro.
talking to you. Is there? What's the point?
Exactly. No, do you know what? Let's chill it down then, because what I just said, there's 50 more things that we can have a stupid back and forth and try and one up each other.
I don't
Just
care
talk
about
to me
silly
normally.
insults.
Exactly.
Don't
To
care
me
about your silly
normally.
insults. I
Talk
don't
to me
care about
normally.
it.
You do care, Pierce. Tiki Toki was saying for the past few minutes, yes, you're just attacking me, you're talking over me, can you just like chill the fuck out? I don't want to go back and forth with it. Here's an example of something I could easily roast you on, but I'm not doing it. And then it just turns into, you're a twerp, you're a cunt, you're a dickhead, you know? You fucking half-wit. What's the classic, like, white dude sayings? You and what army? Watch it, Buster. So, fuck, PS just got broken.
I don't care about your silly insults.
But what do you mean you don't care? What do you mean you don't care? What I said is facts. I have a picture of
This is the point. This is the point, Pierce. Stop talking about
Why
it.
I outer?
I can flip it around and show you right now.
I couldn't care less about your silly little insults. It's like a 2-year-old. Why would I care?
A
Give him
2-year-old.
hiding.
A 2-year-old. Listen, sir, I don't know why you come on and you talk like you're holier than thou. As soon as you're away,
All right, let's
who's
end
this?
this.
Applications are open.
All right, let's just end
That's your
this,
ting, bro. That's your girl.
Let's end this.
Cooked.
You know what? I'm not doing this. Sorry, guys.
Does he say that's your team or that's your teen? Because then I know PS has like a 15-year-old daughter. I did not realize that was the fucking wife that was in that thing that was linked in my Discord. I had seen that bit where he walks off. I don't know if he's showing his wife's Instagram or the daughter's. What Instagram did HS? Holding it up to the camera on TV on the show is actually so fucking funny as well. Go to his wife. So let's just go have another look through the wife's Instagram and see what else is in there. I bet it's gold. Good on Splur guy for just doing the digging. out on the boat, the implications. Maybe he forgot his motion sickness bands. Dude, she's just mocking him. It's actually brutal cuck shit. Oh, here it is. Wanted pool boy, no experience needed. Applications open. Fuck me, dude. And that's only 3 years ago. And then this is 2 weeks later, just making fun of her husband. He's horny as fuck. And I mean, he's not laying the pipe, is he? He's like a... You know how like Larry David looks old, but he's not? Pierce is like that in a horrific way. Happy birthday, Mr. Morgan. You're only as old as the woman you feel. But basically, you're not that young anymore, sorry. It's like their daughter, I don't know. If it's not, maybe she's letting him feel like he's in on the fucking joke and not like a complete cuck. Obviously, that's not the case. So, cook. Does she have anything good to say about him? In the words of Homer Simpson, donuts. Is there nothing they can't do? Brutal. I want it all done by the time I get back from work. Also, you missed a bit. She had a whole lot more to say about the fucking dude washing the car than she did about the husband, the soulmate. Dude, look at her in her little trade wife dress as well. Yeah, the captions do make him look like a bum. It's brutal. It's awful, dude. No fool like a furry fool. Like, do you have to just be in here calling him names? Joking about shaving your initials into the back of his head, keeping him branded. I saw a fucking, let's see if I can find it. I saw a guy with his immigrant wife. Yesterday, and it was also just like, yeah, I was getting too sucked into YouTube Shorts recently. It was like Passport Bro wasn't happy. Oh, here we go. It was on Twitter. I'm so glad honestly, it makes me feel a lot better about everything. We're seeing this bullshit.
She hand washed all her entire family's clothes for her entire life, and now she's got a washer and dryer. It's so easy to do laundry, but she acts like it's a massive chore. What's your answer?
First of all, you said you're gonna do.
He's just such a bumbling. He's just such like a bumbling little child, like. And then, guys,
I am doing everyone's laundry, and then you said,
fucking
"I'm gonna
cooks
do
him.
my laundry. I'm gonna do my laundry." But every time you do your fucking laundry, you're like,
bragging him.
Who dare you to? You're such.
I'll do my own laundry. I don't mind. It just doesn't make any sense to me that you did laundry by hand in the Philippines for your entire life, and now it's so easy with mechanical.
Oh, you
washer
got
and
it, bro.
dryer.
You're owning
It's
it.
so
You're
hard.
owning your soulmate. Good
You got
one.
all this extra time. At least do mine. Help me.
Don't cry. Why are you crying?
Not.
Stop spreading virus here. You're a virus here.
Yeah, I'm a virus, but she's a parasite.
Giving us you're giving sick to everybody.
Brutal. Fucking brutal. Well, Looks like she's had 2 kids with you, brother. You're kind of stuck now. Yeah, and then we're not fucking getting into these comment sections. What do you think is up with this American? American? You mean this pushing 60 boomer and his 20-year-old wife that he lifted out of absolute destitution, and now she's fucking got it made, despite, you know, massive sacrifices to control her life. Her option is to have fucking a bunch of kids with this loser. Like, you tell me what's going on there, buddy. Oh shit. Fascinating interview with Rose McGowan about today's Telegraph. Go read the full profile. Damn, this is... What is it, 52 months in a year? Oh, I'm doing that math wrong. I was thinking this shit was like 10 years ago with his wife. 400 weeks. How many years in 400 weeks? 8 years. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, Oswald, behave. Mm. They definitely had a quickie. Yeah, they definitely had a 15-minute wee scooter. Wee pooter scooter. And she was actually at like a sex factory. Oh, that's another robot there. Did not know Pierce was like a full-blown cuck. It makes sense though, right? Like, it's just the archetype. Is this the one? Play market today, Trump doll anatomically correct. I was like, where's the one? We actually got to the bottom of it, and I'm not seeing the dude with his ass out washing the car and her being like, I'm gonna fuck him. We're just gonna make sure I get some me time. Unreal, dude. Unreal. 16th of July, 2019. We here, 2017. I must have fully gone past it. 2018. That's way more recent. Way closer to all these messages. Oh, there it is right there. Literally right next to a picture of her just calling her husband a gigantic ass. The fact that the photo after this is the pool guy, even funnier. 13 weeks ago. Yeah, it's just this. Her husband looking like a dickhead. Her looking absolutely fuckable. And then just the pool guy. And then, I mean, does this imply something? The extravagant wealth that she lives. I wonder where she's with her husband. Pretty funny photo. Lol. There's a lot of paralysis going on in this Factorio run. I haven't played this map, this run for like 5-6 months. Came in today, killed the bugs down here, and then had a look around at what's going on. I might end up building a war train, capturing some more land, more spaceships, shipping in materials for the war from Volcanus. And then what? And then we start mass producing. I mean, I guess I just want to mass produce stuff that can build. I just want to like get a whole bunch of resources over here so we can have them ready for whatever we want, which means I build a big train station and big refineries that can fill this up with materials that can then build probably a lot of low density structures, a lot of advanced circuit boards, a lot of robots, a lot of spaceship floors, parts, weapons, just a lot of high-tech spaceship stuff. And then all of that processing power will be used to create some big supply lines to rebuild Gleba, move materials back Nalvi, and get like a powerful science lab going so we can move further up the tech tree. On top of that, there's like a programming sort of challenge where I need to... I can't remember. I'm pretty sure I'm okay with it. What I have the science ready to cover this bug hive and technology, and then you extract like friendly bug eggs from it, and then you feed those eggs into your science labs, but not these science labs, into better science labs, and then those science labs work faster and more efficient. So then you get like twice as much science per science pack. That's sort of the only thing, that's the only reason I'm not researching things now, is because, for one, my bases on these planets are like very, I mean, this one's completely destroyed. We just built this base large enough to get a limited amount of science, and then we abandoned it. So then we want to set up the infrastructure to use that science in a good way, which means I need to clear this out. I kind of did already do it. I need to build this up into a big refining, big furnaces, big doinks. Tungsten carbide drill. A little bit of Monty Python. But I mean, I don't know. I might just like play some Slay the Spire or something instead.
Oh, Dad! Look who's come to see us! It's our Ken! Ah, and about bloody time if you ask me.
pleased to see me, Father.
Yes, of course he's pleased to see you again.
All right, woman, all right. I've got a tongue in my head. I'll do talking. There. I like your fancy suit. Is that what they're wearing up in Yorkshire now?
It's just an ordinary suit, Father. It's all I've got apart from the overalls.
How are you liking it down the mine, Ken?
Oh, it's not too bad, Mum. We're using some new tungsten carbide drills for the preliminary coalface scarring operations.
Oh, that sounds nice, dear. Tungsten carbide drill? What the bloody hell's tungsten carbide drill?
It's something they use in coal mining, Father.
It's something they use in coal mining, Father. You bloody fancy talk since you left London.
Not that again.
Is that a hard day, dear? His new play opens at National Theatre tomorrow.
Oh, that's good.
Good? Good? What do you know about it? What do you know about getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning to fly to Paris, back at the Old Vic for drinks at 12, sweating the day through press interviews, television interviews, then getting back here at 10 to wrestle with the problem of an homosexual nymphomaniac drug addict involved in the ritual murder of a well-known Scottish footballer? That's a full working day, lad. And don't you forget it!
Oh, don't shout at the boy, Father.
Hampstead wasn't good enough for you, was it? You had to go pouncing off to Barnsley. You and your coal mining friends.
Coal mining is a wonderful thing, Father.
Yeah.
But it's something you'll never understand. Just look at you.
Oh, Ken, be careful. You know what he's like after a few novels.
Come on, lad. Come on. Out with it. What's wrong with me? Yeah, tit.
I'll tell you what's wrong with you. Your head's addled with novels and poems. You come home every evening reeling of Chateau Latour.
Don't.
And look what you've done to Mother. She's worn out with meeting film stars, attending premieres and giving gala luncheons.
There's naught wrong with gala luncheons, lad. I've had more gala luncheons than you've had hot dinners.
Oh, please.
Oh, no.
What is it?
Oh, it's just rather scrap.
You never told me about this.
No, we didn't like to, Ken.
I'm all right, woman. Just get him out of here.
Oh, Ken, you'd better go.
All right, I'm going.
After all we've done for him.
One day you'll realize there's more to life than culture. There's dirt and smoke and good honest...
Get out, you labourer! Hey, no, Mother. I think there's a play there. Get Agent on call.
Aye, I think you're right, Frank. It could express a vital theme of our age.
That is a classic. I think of it every time. The new Factorio thing has tungsten carbide. Pretty powerful rare resource. Tungsten carbide drill. I just don't really remember how this works. Whoa, okay. I have to put molten iron to make big mining drill. I guess I should just ship drills rather than shipping tungsten carbide. Tungsten carbide drill. Oh, what the fuck is that? Very important in coal mining. Life has soot. Not that you'll ever know. You get this way after a few novels. What do I do here? These are to get science. This one here is to get tungsten plates. It requires loading city structures, fuel, and blue circuits to launch every rocket. We just push this. Make sure there's space on the ship. Deliver that. Be the rocket. Then we just fill it up with a few, just Put foundries. Controls on it. These rockets really take fuck all. But you can just build a lot of them, you know? Let's have a look at that request. Yeah, I did hear about Afro Man. I vaguely actually remember him getting raided like a year ago or whatever, right?
We generally think that philosophers should be proud of their big brains and be
Hello,
fans
Two
of
Legs was
thinking,
chucking some shit in.
self-reflection and rational analysis. But there's one philosopher born in France
did
in
he do that?
1533 who had a refreshingly different take. Michel de Montaigne was an intellectual who spent his writing life knocking the arrogance of intellectuals. In his great masterpiece, The Essays, he comes across as relentlessly wise and intelligent, but also as constantly modest and keen to debunk the pretensions of learning. Not least, he's extremely funny, reminding his readers to learn.
Classic pirate software solves a puzzle after going to the toilet. I don't know why this isn't cropped like it should be. The ads in progress, he banned me recently, or his mods banned me. Did I already explain this? Whenever the ads roll, it does this. But ads roll on his channel like every 15 minutes. He already makes millions of dollars. You know, he made record amounts of money on Twitch. He could set it up so that you just run 2 or 3 ads at the beginning, encourage people to get an ad block if they don't want to watch ads, and they just watch 2 or 3 ads, and then it's done. Now, this maybe isn't good for like small streamers, but when you have a massive dedicated fan base, it's just so much better. That he'll cope and see using like statistics or this or that, bending all the fucking facts. And I got mobbed by his, not mobbed, like mobbed by his chatters. Because I was like, dude, like, you've had like 4 ad breaks in this 1 hour conversation with this other streamer. Like, this is just ruined. And cut out large parts of this conversation for me. Because you can't, it's just fucked to constantly pause your conversation for 3 minutes every 15 minutes. It's so much different to like pausing your game for like 3 minutes every 15 minutes or whatever other cope you try to do. But no, you have to like massively advertise your fucking channel. I didn't say all that. I was just like, hey, this is just like an obvious worse experience. And I was like, who is this better for? You know? And then they're like, well, actually, like, I don't like it. Like, honestly, like, it would make me leave if I had to watch pre-rolls at the start. I'm like, you would just never come watch this guy who you're massively simping for. Because you have to watch 2 minutes of ads whenever you come onto the page, as opposed to watching... Say you watch him for 5 hours, you have just watched 40 minutes of ads. And you don't want to watch 2 minutes or 3 minutes of ads to begin with? To not have to do that? You're telling me this is better? I didn't argue all of these points, but it's so ridiculous. The fucking way his chat is. The thing is, I used to like really like his content because it would, you know, it got blasted to everyone on YouTube. And I was like wanting to be a streamer, right? When I first started out, that was like when he was coming up like real hard. So I watched all of his shit on being like, this is the best way to like algorithmically like pull the audience and do this and that. But it doesn't, like I said before, it doesn't fucking apply to his bullshit. Fuck, I hate him. Yeah. Yeah, and then they morally grandstand about how cool he is to like run these big fucking banners being like, ad break everyone, like we're chilling out, no one talk until the ad's over, like we gotta pause what we're doing because we're actually super smart and awesome. So you fuck with. Dude, this game was so fucked, I actually lost my mind playing this game at one point. With Sophia Seele. Just, it was such intense puzzling that I would like become so exhausted doing it. It was fucking funny. Kind of sad. Sophia was like really cool, and now I think she just listened to like all this fucking gossip about me. I mean, like Wolfgang and used to like message her about me, and she fucking lied about it to like cover for him. And then after that, she came and she bought me some video games and stuff. I'm sure she felt bad about, you know, like fucking lying to cover for him. I never accused her of it or hit her up about it or anything. But, you know, over time, I think those people just kept yapping in her ear. Which is why, like, I'm really more of the thing that, like, I shouldn't, I don't know, like, those people need to be told to shut the fuck up and fuck off. I can't have people being like, oh, look, I'm friends with them and I'm friends with Chris. No. If you're, like, it's not even enough for me to be like, hey, I need you guys to, like, defend me if you hear those people talking shit. I need you guys to not engage with those people in any conversation about me, and if you ever hear them talking about me, don't defend me. Call them a fucking retard and tell them to fuck off. Because they will just love to argue, lying and lying and lying. We already know they're lying from the start. There's obviously no limit. Therefore, arguing with these people about it doesn't matter. They know they're wrong. Like, this is the whole, like, they forgot that they were trolls. And a lot of times, that's why these people come after me. It's because some of those people, Kendrick, you know, left Justicle's Discord recently because Lee came back. Kendrick was one of those people who I had a very clear example of this with, where I'd caught him kind of shit-talking people. Not exactly lying. He definitely lied about me a lot, but then he pulled it back a little bit. You know, and like sort of made it up for it, like in some ways. But it's good to see him actually have like a standard and not to be so decrepit. It means that there was some character in there to begin with. A lot of these people seem like the good people. Like, you see them in situations where, you know, they'll be encouraged to be a piece of shit and they'll be like, oh, I don't want to do that. But what that is that these people haven't quite come out of their shell and they're still stuck in this mindset of like, oh, I'll get punished if I do the wrong thing. But then eventually they get used to hanging out in Justical server where like gaslighting people and reporting, like bullying people and manipulating people who aren't capable of like defending themselves and whatnot is super normal and super fun. Eventually those people come out of their shell and just go turn into absolute decrepit, like fucking losers. You know? So that's a funny one, is to see people, like a lot of those people I just thought were like actually like good people, but they were actually just like reclusive, like repressed-ish types, like overly shy and whatever. And then, but yeah, like I had fucking openly said to Kendrick at one point, I was like, you know, you just sound like you're fucking having a cry about someone else and you're just full of shit. And he hated me for it. You know, and then later on when he got the opportunity to see me arguing with Century, he just decided to like, be like, well, that's because we all know that Chris was a massive racist. And it's like, motherfucker, I didn't know you were black when I told you to shut the fuck up. Let alone did I, you know, aggressively try to like make your life worse by being black. Literally haven't done that shit to anyone ever. And then you see Queeman saying that like people who fucking own dairies are like stinky and dirty and they just eat weird food, and it's like, oh, like, see, like that. When I'm on my stream and I talk about like, oh, some cultures are just worse than others, like obviously, and like Iran is just such a fucking shithole that if you destroyed it, it wouldn't rebuild itself because there's no appreciation for education and infrastructure and civics, right? They don't have fucking civics. They don't even have like religion or spirituality properly. They're just like fucking savage, like losers who, if anything, it's just like hereditary based on like some sort of egotistical bullshit about just pumping out offspring and making money and fucking your own nieces and shit. And then I get worried that I sound like a racist, and then I see fucking Queeman saying that, like, oh, actually, immigrants who own corner stores, I would definitely choose the white one over the Indian one, because the Indian ones are always dirty, stinking, and just filled with weird food and smells. And I was like, oh, okay. Simple as, yeah. Simple as, all of those people are a fucking monolith, and the fact that but Chris, we're just both agreeing that their culture's worse. No, you're saying that they are all, their culture as being gross and dirty. I'm saying their culture lacks civics. You see the difference? I mean, I end up feeling like I have to caveat like this or that because I get accused by fucking people like fucking Wolfgang or Pickle. I mean, Pickle literally tried to say that I was legitimately trying to say that Justical and his server were rapists for Destiny. And like Wolfgang was like just happy to like fucking go on and on and on and on about that for literally hours and hours and hours. And go like, get Justical, pull him on stream and ask him about it. It's like, dude, how deluded and how much have you been talking about this behind closed doors? To then suddenly feel like, now's the time to strike. Without fucking nuke drop. No, when you say that shit out loud, it's retarded. Lucky I'm so fucking energetic and charismatic that I bring something to the table when I get all that kind of attention. Fucking pirate software, dude. I should fucking kill this guy. Dude, my back and shoulder and everything's been so sore, it makes me so fucking angry all the time. Such a shitty mood. I wasn't going to stream today because I'm so pissed off. That's what's going on right now. Go make a coffee, but really I should just drink a lot of water. I am also sick. I'm sick and in pain. Anyway, his pirate software being a fucking cunt.
So we can't get any more space here, and we end up having one less than we need.
I'm pretending to solve a fucking puzzle. Fucking pussy. I'm so glad I did this by myself without cheating.
Right, how many pieces is that? Because that's a new type of weave. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So if I take 3 off of it here. Hey, okay, good. Wait, does that even match? Hold up. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Okay, so we can actually just count. And in that case, it worked. But shape-wise, it wouldn't have worked if it was any other shape. Fair. All right, good.
He literally doesn't even know what he's fucking talking about.
John Wick. John Wick. John Wick.
Is this what you put through? Oh no, this is another 2 weeks one.
Huh?
Oh, this is like a full-on 1 hour video that 2 leagues wanted me to watch. Now I'm starting to remember when he put this shit through. I think we were just yapping in the Discord or something. Yeah, this. Is this the newer one? He put one out just a few days ago, just like, because they, yeah, this is just 2 days ago, 500,000 views. Get him, Afro Man. Yeah, these motherfuckers tried to sue him over his other video, being like, oh, he's like defaming us and like naming us publicly, and he's like, I'll do it again.
Cutting off my video, listening to that unconfidential hoe, crooked popo. Randy Walters is the son of a bitch. Ooh, yeah, that's why I fucked his wife and got filthy rich.
It's very funny just being like, America, baby. Rocking it real hard.
He's a drug addict. He got fired. He went to Adams County. Somehow he got hired. Cal stealing Kimmy Rogers is a bullshitter. He needs to stop hiring criminals and knocking up his babysitter. Randy Walters is the son of a bitch. Stop stealing my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop disconnecting my videos. Potential hoe, crooked popo. My video camera.
Fucking got him, dude. Yeah, fuck those fucking loser fat police pigs. That was kind of harsh of me, but whatever. What are these things? 100 kilos each? 50 kilos each? When I hover over it like this, does it tell me how much they weigh? It tells me here, rocket capacity usage 1 ton. It's not. Just click that button, right? Can it really just not? Maybe it builds the rocket and then it loads them in. You ever play Factorio Techno? And I got a lot of time in this game. Love it, my first run was burned into my brain. Fantastic, that's good. Did you try Space Age, or... I know we've definitely talked about this before, but you know... I cannot fucking ever remember anything. I guess I can't load Foundries. I guess that's maybe another reason why people mainline Calderis. Because Foundries are freaking awesome. I guess the recipes, a lot of the big recipes that I want to do involve lava. Lava into tungsten plates and whatnot. And I can't get lava off Volcanus. So maybe there's no point building a foundry anywhere but Volcanus. Request. We want to bring calcite back home as well. I definitely could have these available. It's unrequest that and just leave those there. And then unrequest that as well, because I know that I already have a bunch of it. 4,000 tungsten plates. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, that's lit up. Isn't it? Picking them. And it's shipping it, alright. What is the deal with this though? I just don't want to load these on. Literally loaded on other buildings. Finding the first ship in life got on the way, true. The reason I stopped playing this like 6 months ago was I sort of just hit like a big choke point. Sort of, it's just like, I don't know, if you watch Dosh Doshington and stuff, like you'll see him everywhere. Like, I mean, I have like a single run where it was 2,000 hours, and it happened to me so much in that run, where you just face like a huge task, and it's sort of like, oh, like I'll just do a little bit of this instead, and a little bit of that, but you're not really doing those things to do them. You're doing them because it's like intimidating moving on to like another big thing. And here I have like 4 big things all coming together at once. One, I need to set up a automated rocket ship thing to constantly keep eggs and science keeping this going, which means I need to rebuild Gleba, and to rebuild Gleba I need to bring a whole bunch of soil from Now V, and to do that I need to build a big bunch of spaceships. To build a big bunch of spaceships I need to build a whole new big base. To build the whole new big base I need to build a giant train station. To build the giant train station, that will require refineries as well as capturing a whole bunch more resources, which in turn requires killing a whole lot of bugs, which in turn requires building a artillery train and also shipping in a whole bunch of shit from Volcanus to get the shells for the train. So it's like, it's just this big clusterfuck at the moment. Let alone rebuilding Gleba, which this little piece of shit base that I knew was going to get destroyed, so like it had all this leeway to it to not have to be like a long-term base, took me like 50 hours. I thought this would take me like 5 hours, and it took me like 10 times that. It took me like 2/3 of my entire run playthrough was like trying to fucking deal with Gleba. Olgora, fun as fuck, you know, had a great time. And we can come back and look at it. Now V also was fun as fuck. Like, I got a lot of experience with the game. I just plowed in and made this like little starter base. It was pretty sick. Volcanus was the latest one that I done. It was alright. It was pretty fun. It's very powerful. Like, the planet is just so fucking powerful. But it's, like, obviously just you're limited for size. Not only are there, like, cliffs everywhere, and you don't get cliff explosives until you've mastered Volcanus. So I have them now, but I only just got cliff explosives. But there's also these giant worms. These massive fucking worms. But yeah, we're gonna go back to Gleba. But I mean, even I just listed off all that stuff to you, and I just don't even know how to begin. I guess I build the big train station, and then I manually ship a bunch of stuff over from Volcanus, and just build like 10,000 artillery shells. And then we just work on capturing a bunch of mines, securing a bunch of land for the new base. And then I need to look up the recipe for Gleba. What I wanted to do with Gleba was take a lot of landfill so that I can just fill in like all of this water to like, because this is just incredibly compact and very complicated and confusing. I want to just compress all this in, and then also take whatever I need. I'm not sure what it is. I can probably look it up somewhere. Whatever I need to lay the groundwork to plant my own seeds. And like, I'm sure that I can make it so that I can make the ground fertile. Because currently I'm limited to planting seeds in like natural deposits. But the problem with that is like, it's just not enough land. So what I sort of need to do is like flatten a whole bunch of land out to make usable area by putting down landfill, and then covering that landfill in like fertile soil, and then I can just like feed that area into giant foundries to actually produce like copper and ore and base resources, because my Gleba base wasn't really producing much of anything. Occasionally it gets a little bit of power from the but you can see here there's no bus here. Like it was just a trickle of copper, a trickle of iron. This here's my little iron foundry that was in it. It was super fun. But I'm getting all that stuff going is like, it's just like a lot of bullshit, but it's like it's a lot of bullshit. It's like big, it's a few things, but they're all like big jobs. And then once I'm done with that, I'll be able to like solidify like a solid position to do the fun thing where I go back to Gleba and deal with that like fun little puzzle of like rebuilding like a cool new base, which is the part I want to do. And then obviously going to the other planet, Aquilo. That would be awesome too. But it requires me to build this like massive, basically build this big space station out here, or this, not space station. Yeah, just like, I don't know. This base here just is very, it doesn't really build enough. It's not really strong enough to build enough low density structures to pump out spaceships quick enough. And I need those spaceships. I need those resources pumped up. And I also need to upgrade the science lab. It is upgraded, but it needs to be more upgraded. Honestly, I think these are a constant drain on my power as well. Like this lab. What is this? 43 beacons. These beacons are like by far draining more power than like anything. I should almost like set up an automated switch that just cuts off all the power to this area when it's not being used. feel like these aren't, none of my beacons are being used, and they are actually draining more power than like everything else in my base. We got beacons up. Ironically, the beacons are just for doing research and making nuclear cores faster. You know what? Just talking about doing it makes me want to quit game. So let's get the fuck out of here. I was playing a bit of Dyson Sphere program, which was pretty fun. It's really just like not as fluid. I don't know, it needs more hotkeys, and Factorio was like super streamlined. Like, it is super beneficial to just spend some time looking at the controls for Factorio and learning hotkeys, because you realize that like when you become fluid at like all of that, you're just like, so it's just it's like, you know, when you like learn to like type fast, like touch type, when you learn to like communicate with Factorio in like a totally fluent fashion, the game is just like really nicely built for that kind of stuff. Anyway, while I'm awake and while I'm talking and stuff, let's do some Slay the Spire. I've done like 4 or 5 runs the past day or two. I mean, I've done 4 or 5 runs. I've done 5 or 6 runs like total. I think I've only won one of them, and it was one I did on stream, I think. But all of my non-on stream ones, I'm like in bed, I'm all tired, half awake. Not locked in, so I make a lot more mistakes, you know, fuck it up. Not good. When I'm feeling a bit healthier, we might get back into that TR game. That was pretty fun. Maybe not when I'm so fucked up. I don't really, you know, I'm not really like super buzzed for like yapping it up today. Yeah, I unlocked the Defect. It's definitely one of my favorite characters. I totally thought I was going to win. Oh, I did win the run with him. Okay, what? Was that last night? Was this the very last one I did? I thought I died on the last boss. No, I didn't. I did beat him. I'm remembering now. I must have played, I think I won with him, and then I went to get, and then I played another one which I got pretty far through but lost. Actually, I can look at run history. Did the Regent last night, 48 minutes. Got up to the 27th floor and then lost. 48th floor. And 1. You can tell I won because he's got health left over. And then this one I died on the last boss with the Necrobinder. The Regent, I got up to the 31st floor. I think that's the second boss, so I died on the second boss with that guy. And then the Silent, I died on the second boss as well, or just after the second boss. And then this is my very first run with the Ironclad where we won it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runs. I only have 1 defect run. Okay. Let's do the defect again. It is cool picking the... Oh. I was going to say, it is cool picking the Ironclad. Oh, I guess we're just going to do the Ironclad on Ascension 1. You just pick the biggest best spell, and then you just drag it on top of the enemy and you just hit them real hard. On top of that, like, he also has, like, this guy can get, like, hundreds and hundreds of defense. Arise My Warrior, time to fight again. And a rare random card. It is pretty nice. Transform one card. Remove 2 cards from your deck, take 13 damage. That's also pretty sick. Get rid of 2 of these strikes. What do we got here? Fuck, I should go take a piss real quick. Keep trying to hydrate. Spinal. My spine. Right back. Gotta take my headphones off before I go. Man. The sun is setting out there. It's actually so beautiful. I was thinking about getting like a car. I don't know if I'm seriously thinking about it, but if I was being more serious, probably like a motorbike is what I would get, right? Because like it's literally just so much cheaper on fuel and maintenance, I think. The yearly costs for a motorbike would be way more realistic. And honestly, that would be very fun. Like, well, like realistically, I guess I'd think about getting like a scooter or something. But not really. I don't want to be that guy. Obviously, a cheap car is good too, but like I've had cars and like it's annoying. Really, really hard for me to keep that shit clean with the ADHD. And I really, really don't like being like having like a gross fucking car. So it's like a massive conflict of it's a lot of tension in the personality there. Early shop is nice. Often I like taking a whole bunch of little goobers like this. Get a bunch of cards. Honestly, with Slay the Spire 2, I don't know the game as well. Like Slay the Spire 1, when I'm not as it has been a while, but like when I was locked in, like Act 2, I would know like, oh, there's going to be this kind of elite coming up. So I actually need a card that gets rid of shield like a lot, and like, oh, I can get this card with that card, blah blah blah. This I'm not sure, and it sort of opens me up to wanting to take the question mark ones. Maybe we go this way. Oh, and then we got 2 elites where we lock in, and then we get to decide. Come up this way and get. What is that? We got 1, 2. And then we can go 3. Take on a 3rd elite. Or we can go up this right hand side and just take a few. 3 fights, 2 question marks. This way is an extra fireplace or 2 fireplaces. Either way, coming up this way, and we get to pick between. Either if we come up this way, we get 2 fireplaces and we get to choose an elite. Just 4 elites, which is the elites are going to take off a bunch of health, but that'd be nice relics. You're so beholden to the weather, and riding around the retards in cars is terrifying. Yeah. Plus, like, if I'm in a bad mood, riding around retards in cars is going to be more of how much do I want to fuck with them. This is, you know. Which, yeah, I love taking risks. I love risky behavior. It might kill me. Well, what do I care? I'd be dead. I'm trying to remember if there's been many times in my life where I've been like really shaken up because it's right. Usually it's been other people that like driving. I'm like, what the fuck? You're just gonna kill my life because you're not even looking at the road, compared to me like doing risky driving. Although my brother just like is a risky fuck. He's my brother and one of my sisters is like the kind of people to my sister will do this thing where she will accelerate really aggressively right up behind someone and then pull out onto the other side of the road. Because in her mind, she's on the other side of the road for as little time as possible. And then my brother is sort of the opposite, where he'll just be crossing over the center line, even though he's coming up to a blind corner, because he likes driving fast and feeling like a badass. And it's like both of you are just going to have head-on collisions. Which, like, I don't know, I guess neither of them have, and they're still alive, but how many fucking times have they probably had totally fucked up situations where they are both like the kind of people to lie and be like, no, that never fucking happened. I mean, I know one of my sisters used to give my other sisters details to the police and stuff. Whenever she was getting, like, fucked over for things, she'd just give the other sisters details. Get away with it. What a piece of shit. I think we'll take no damage here. Did I just take 5 damage? I did, because I had frail. When he's doing 3 block, I thought I was doing 15, but I gave 9. Shit. You're about to... Me again. Even if I bought both of these, I can't kill you. Wait, but if... you for 8... and I still can't get a kill on this one. If I can kill one of them, if I kill this one, then this one here will start eating its corpse. That's actually what you want to do on this. Kill one of them to get the other one off your ass. Here we go, and that one's dead. Which means you're stunned, but you're gonna grow stronger. The corpse slug. It is cool, like they the game is great with the creative enemies. Having a car is nice compared to having a motorbike. Like parking up on a sick lookout on a rainy day Or even on like a hot day and you're in your car with your air conditioning is like really nice. I do love having a car. I think having a car, just I want to have my own flat, my own house. Dude, hearing myself like my hopes and dreams are so fucking restricted. Like having my own flat. Oh man, I really wish I just rented a room in someone else's fucking house, at least, before I get to have a car. So fucked, dude. I guess I could just get a job, or honestly, being the streaming thing, I just should start advertising. So it's just all about marketing myself better, right? Got a lot of precognition. Like just making TikTok shorts. I could literally just be the burnt peanut. Here's a card in your draw pile and add it to your hand. Pissed off. I've been trying to be like kinder on myself lately, but fucking retard, dude. Should market that shit. Then that'll earn respect from people. Partly it's like being surrounded by like losers, like just cool Perry, Queeman, Dickers. They're all just covering the most dog shit content. I believe like you'd ever want to be like authentically interested in that kind of bullshit. There's a reason the audiences are so tiny. Because the audiences are just filled with fucking degenerates. Because normal people are out there engaging with this space in a healthy way where they're not just fucking addicted to like retarded bullshit. I literally only know of these people because I myself was trying to like knowingly fill a fucking void in my life, right? That I knew I'd just be temporary. Now it's been like 5 years. The effects of it fucking coming to this place is like, it's like worse than smoking fucking cigarettes, dude. I'd honestly rather smoke and get cancer and then get, you know, at least I could fucking get over the cancer. Whereas right now I'm still stuck being fucking having negative effects. These fucking losers who bought their channels so they can have 300 viewers instead of fucking 30. I'm actually a computer engineer, but I gave it up to be an epic streamer. Yeah, I like to bully pregnant women on stream who have fucked Destiny. Like, wow, Nicholas Diorio. Everyone hates him. He's fucking, who cares, dude? It was pretty fucking crazy. Like earlier on when you were like asking me if that content with the guy with the comedian like cheating on his wife or whatever, like, you know, is this content like gonna be out? Like, I don't know how to answer that, bro. No, snarking people is just fucking dope shit. Making cool, wholesome, fun gaming content where we all just be like, welcome to the gang. We're just sweaty gamer boys hanging out. You know, the boys. How's it going? Let's ride. I'm here to game. Welcome to the weekend. You know, it's been a big work. Big week of work. Welcome to the weekend. Play some games, you know. Talk about motorcycles, talk about cooking and fucking and having a good time. That's the shit, yeah. Talk about some Warhammer, dude. Watch some movies. Yeah, well, like, yeah, it's not like he's ever going to be able to relate to like any of that shit I was just talking about. Yeah, 24/7 ads. Yeah, it was always like that, eh? Like way before he even had a viewer base. Pretty crazy. pretty fucking annoying, like having his fan base like just constantly trying to gaslight me every time they see me as well. They're always just constantly like, oh, like you're mentally ill, and it's like, you know, like gaslighting is tricking someone into thinking that they are having delusions. Like, and here you are just telling me like, did you take your meds today? And it's like, brother, I don't take any meds. What are you saying? I'm sorry that I told Queeman that him bullying Maliko 4 was a disgusting thing to do when she was being wrongfully having her life overturned. Like the shit that fucking Gunner and that did to her was so fucked. And Queeman was just like laughing in her face about it. It was so fucking disgusting, dude. And it was so funny. I didn't know he was like 28. So I'm sitting there in the call with him being like, look, dude, when you grow up, like, you'll understand that, like, this isn't how renting works, or, like, living by yourself or owning a home works. Renters have rights. People are allowed to have a home. You can't just throw them out, film them. You can't just attack them for, like, asking the police for advice or asking for legal advice. Because you know why? Because society is built in a way where people have like faith and trust in each other, and then here you are just like mocking and laughing her, dude. A young girl who's like just moved out of her house. I couldn't believe it, eh? And I was so mild-tempered at the time. Like in no way was I like, you know, what, he plays it off like I am. Lose 1 HP. Do 9 damage to all enemies. Yeah, we're playing the Ironclad. I get 6 HP regenerated every time I win a battle. We're gonna have to actually think about that. A few smaller battles might actually be good, because I can probably win a few of them without taking more than 6 HP. And then if I want to fight those 4 elites later on, I guess I get 3 fireplaces as well, and then the boss. I can heal 20 or 30% of my HP at each fireplace, but it is better to upgrade your cards at fireplaces. Anyway, we'll take a twin strike, I think, to go just for get a bit more big hitters. A greed or like a even bigger hitter would be great. I'm locked in on these question marks. Part of me is like, fucking, like, I want these smaller fights to try to get health regen going. So I removed 2 cards from my deck to begin with, which are their first fight. Sometimes because I don't know the enemies in this game, which partly makes them a little bit harder. But sometimes I'll legitimately confuse. I'll be like, am I fighting an elite right now? And then it's like, no, I'm not. I'm just fighting a regular, I can't remember what people call it. I think they call it like a hallway or something. A regular hall or something. But that is true. Sometimes your decks are like really good for elites, and sometimes your deck will be good for elites but not so good for regular enemies. And yeah, and then I guess like when I'm fighting like 3 enemies, right, and it's not an elite, in Slay and Spire 1 I knew like I'll take out the guy at the back and then the one at the front and then the one in the middle. I do that every single time, but now I'm just still learning. It's kind of cool though, because like I can play familiar characters and use the cards that I don't know so well, or I can play an unfamiliar character and use the cards that I do know like more. So it's great. It's great getting into this game. You lumber into a shack with a bright but crooked sign that reads "Endless Feast. Pay what you hunger." Oh, it's a sushi belt. Inside, a willowy, multi-armed chef is deftly preparing bites of food and placing them onto a winding, chitinous belt. One of the chef's arms points to a sign, 35 gold each. Well, we do have our question marks, which could be shops. Apart from that, we got no shops coming up. Grab caviar off the belt. 35 gold, 4 max HP, continue feasting, upgrade a random card in your deck if you observe the chef. We'll do a 35 gold. We'll do it again. We'll do it again. Proceed. what was that, like 110 gold, and I got like another like 14 or something max health. Would have been kind of nice to upgrade that Twin Strike to really push it a little bit higher. Like I said, I want a big damage card, but it's only like 10 damage on that Twin Strike, not so good. Room full of cheese. This room is full of cheese. You look around to see if there are any traps, and above you is more cheese. The candles in the room appear to be made of cheese. The furniture is also cheese. Suddenly the door slams shut. It's made of cheese. Choose 2 of 8 random common cards or lose 14 HP and grab the chosen cheese. We lose the HP. We take the chosen cheese. Why wouldn't we when we literally just got all that extra max HP? And the chosen cheese gives us 1 more max HP after every combat. Pretty nice. So we regen and we gain max HP with every combat. Again, I got a shop. I really got a shop. Oh, so good. Knew it would happen. I mean, there was a high chance it would happen. We're on to this guy, the Skulking Colony. He can only take 20 damage per turn, and he's doing 9 damage to me this time, and he's adding 4 infestations or something to my deck. We've only got 1. Choose a card from your draw pile, add it to your hand. My draw pile. I think we're just going to go for the bash. I could draw another defend, but I think we're going to have to... It's okay to lose a little bit of health to elite, you know? Look at that, and we immediately draw Twin Strike again, so we can slap him for 14. And we're going to take another 6 damage. It is what it is. We just got to keep up pace on this guy, which he's actively trying to stop us from doing. But we got a beautiful hand there with a bash and a strike. And we only got 3 cards to play, so I'm going to play them. That is how it is. Max Holloway, baby. That's me. We're going to slow it down a little bit just to... I don't want to take a whole bunch of damage, but he's going to slow us down even more. Where do those go? Straight into my discard pile, which I think goes straight into my hand. Fuck, he's getting strong, dude. Taking 14 damage. Alright, do we have him beat? Yeah, we do. Thank God. 44 fisheye. Yeah, this drop a load of precognition, not so strong, but that fish oil will go a lot harder. Nice big potion belt. What do we need here? Probably some more defense would be nice. Pommel Strike, 9 damage, draw 1. Exhaust 1 card, draw 2 cards. Or Burning Pact, or whenever you apply vulnerable, draw a card. Power. So then we can get more vulnerables. It really just depends on like what kind of big card I get. It's just all of those cards, it's like I don't know if I really feel like I have enough energy to like really be making any crazy plays. Athletes like a good like 12 block card or something would be crazy. Or like a 25 damage card for like a couple of like low. I guess we'll get an upgrade on the Twin Strike and that will help out a lot. Path leads you to a partially submerged vault. There are 2 chests but only 1 brutal key. The first chest, shaking it, you get jingly jangly noises, bit of gold. The second chest, ornate and clearly cursed, lots of gold. Receive greed. I don't think we take it. I'm suffering from the low health. We want to win our fights. I don't want that greed clogging up my deck, even though it's a small deck. We got another elite fight straight away. These motherfuckers. Well, I think bashing you is going to be pretty important. Three, 5, 6, 8. Let's just not do too much math, but that's going to be 14 damage, which I'm going to take 9 of. Get 10 damage out on you. You can. Exhaust 1, draw 2. No, we're gonna block. Might die here, but also we don't have to. I'm sure I can get through this. In damage. Beforehand, can we get the bash? We just bashed one strike. Take another bunch of damage here. We're gonna take you out. And we're gonna try to block 9. It's working, it's working. Nine. Oh my god. Work out. Hey, well you can't always win. At least we're not Piers Morgan right now. That's right, we go again. We are playing Ascension 1 actually, so this is harder than elites spawn more often. Wow, no wonder. I did die on my second elite run on my third battle. 150 gold, pretty nice. On Yao's Ferry, deal 10 damage, put 2 random cards from your discard pile into your hand. I don't really think that's the play. And 2 random relics. Add an additional strike and defense to your deck. I'm gonna take the gold. I mean, that is hard to pass up. Look at that, we got stores straight away. So we got stores. And then we can get an early elite fight, is always nice. And then a heal straight away afterwards. Or another heal, and then another elite fight, and then another heal, and then another elite fight. That's looking pretty nice. Let's not pass up going this way though. I hate to be that guy who I just look at it and I'm like, where do I get the most elite fights? Here we got 1, 2. We could go up this way and get 2. And 3 if we go up that way. Yeah, nah. I mean, it's that brutal first act full of elites, but makes us very strong. The region here is nice too. Like that 4 damage means nothing to me. Beast like me just fucking gonna fully tank it, heal it, act like it didn't even happen. Mindless. Alright, anger. See, that's something. Deal 10 damage, double the enemies. Vulnerable, anger, sword boomerang. We go for an anger, and then we try to pick up some rage, and then we go the anger rage build. The legendary build that I've been hearing so much about. Honestly, that last run I discarded 2 strikes out of my hand to begin with, leaving me with 3 strikes and 4 defense and a bash. Then I picked up that twin strike and 1 more card, and then I died, right? This run, having all these extra strikes is humming along. Yeah, I just thought having like more defense would be great, but it just somehow did not work out last time. Another one of those droplets of precognition. Whenever you lose HP on your turn, gain 1 strength. So this is like when you give damage to yourself, gain a strength. Deal 7 damage, that gain 2 strength this turn. I think we go Rupture. We go Rupture, Anger. It's a build I know. There's so much to learn in this game. There's another Rupture. Do we want to look at these? This cards containing strike and 3 additional damage. I was wondering, like, because it was like one of those things was to add more strike-like cards. Do we have any strike-like cards up here? You can get like Perfect Strike, or there's like 5 different cards with strike in the name. Regular enemy combats. That's the Juzu bracelet's pretty nice. Whenever you gain gold, increase your max HP by 1 is also really nice. Also, get Renegade card is kind of huge. I should take Breakthrough. And I think we take Dragon Fruit. I don't want to get rid of something, but we start scaling early. Let's take this question mark instead of the guy as well, even though the guy would have been good to get the extra health point. And the money. Aroma of Chaos. Upon trudging through a thick underbrush and making it into a clearing, you're hit with an unplaceable nostalgia. Time loop. A mix of floral scents, putrid decay, and something else entirely. The scent grows stronger with each step, and you feel as though the world and you is warping and twisting, overcome with a sense of shifting chaos. You begin to lose your sense of self. Let go, transform a card in your deck into another card of any rarity. Maintain control, upgrade a card in your deck. I think we transform. Hopefully we don't. We do have this nice little combo here. But really, if we're going to transform anything, now would be the time. Then maybe I just upgrade Rupture. Let's just play it safe and upgrade Rupture. We do have a nice combo. We can just, you know, power up the central point to it. And hopefully use that to actually scale and start fucking with, you know, like a big elite here. We get the power to begin with early, which is awesome. And now we got to just start doing damage to ourselves. Cool. Choose a card from your draw pile. Yeah, we'll drink that and we'll take a breakthrough. Immediately do a little bit of damage to ourselves, but gain 2 strength. I mean, if we take no damage in a fight, which we kind of take damage for those infestations probably. 4, 8, 12. Take a little bit of damage there. We'll soften him up. After that, we kill him. But then he goes mode 2. Second mode. Into this act, you will fight the ceremonial beast. What does that do? It's like a big stag. Like charges you down. I don't really remember much about him. We'll take 12 damage. Let's lower that down to 2. And try to just pick off some of these dudes so they stop putting more and more infestations in the deck. We got 6 extra strength though. My strikes are gonna fucking pump these guys. Oh, my anger's 12 damage per anger. This is insane. 14. It worked out pretty well. Dude, I'm so glad I upgraded instead of transforming something. Anger's pretty sick, to be honest. If you don't know what it does, it multiplies itself. Every time you use it, it adds another one into your discard pile, so you get 2 of them. It's just free damage. It definitely clogs up the point where like your whole hand is going to be filled with angers, but they're free cards, you know. So, solves any energy problems. Gain energy at the start of every turn by playing Pyre. I mean, it's a legendary gold card. Bloodletting is nice. I don't really need it though. I think we take this legendary. And then we can take the fire and then go up this way. But nah, like I said, like we got a sick little combo. And we got a Pyre, so say we start finding... This is not great now, but like... Say we, I think we just play the Pyre to get it out of our hand. Get it out of our deck, I mean. And it enables us later on start playing spells that cost 3 or 4 mana. We can do 3 and 4 now, but like you know, I don't know, playing a 3 cost spell is freaky, kind of freaky, dude. Yeah, we take you out. We could take you out. Dead. It's sad to take 14 damage here, but actually the best player. Mine isn't that bad, especially with all of our extra stuff. It is actually okay. This is the angers. We'll probably just draw like a free anger damage eventually. Deals 6 damage, deals 3 additional damage for each card in your exhaust pile. Nothing is going to be in my exhaust pile. It does have an interesting exhaust builds that it can do. Alright, just another standard enemy. Go for a pyre. We won't go for the pommel strike, because I don't want to draw something that I can't play, which it would have been fine. I would have drawn a defend. Little Gooper's got an artifact and he just boosted himself. You even want to rupture and break through here. Do we just bash? And then strike and block. We don't really need a scale for an enemy like this. Like, we should have him dead soon. Oh, he fucking hit artifact. Damn, he's gonna hit me for 22. Motherfucker. I should have mathed that out a little bit more. I don't think I would have been able to do it though. I think I did the right play. And I had some angers in my hand. God, demon form, dude. Now, we can just get something to increase our strength gain. You know, some sort of card that would double my strength at some point. Will be huge. Every time you play 10 attacks, gain energy. That's cool. I'm a big attacker. Right, this is the elite. Bird on us. Damn, we got demon form first hand. We gotta play it, even though we're about to take a big 16 hit. Immediately gonna scale up. He's doing 12 damage. I think we skipped the pyre. We do a big block. Where did we get that dexterity from? The oddly smooth stone. What a great relic to be having right now. We're drawing a strike. We do just want to max defend right now while the demon form slowly works its magic. The pyre would be good here, and there's really no reason not to play it. In my ass! Ah! Right, and then we get a kill this turn. Please. Please let me get the kill this turn. Speed potion. It was 5 damage twice. and 2 strength. The enemy gains 1 strength. I was thinking of getting another breakthrough, but I sort of just want to take a fight there. Yeah, see, this sort of looks like it could be an elite, but apparently it's just a normal enemy. And 5 dexterity. Well, we're using that. We are close to death. What just hurt you there? The enemy intends to apply afflictions on your card. This is actually a mechanic that I haven't really seen much of. Hopefully we get the meat. At the start of your turn, deal 3 damage to all enemies. The Mercury Hourglass. Okay, well he's doing 8 damage to me, which I can't block. We can't bring him down to 0. But we can take him out next turn. The Tangled. What does Tangled do? Costs an additional energy. Well, luckily. Oh my god, is he gonna kill me? Not. We're just scraping through. That'd be 16 damage we could do to him. Okay, we'll heal at the end of the fight. 2 HP. That's 1 HP more than I need. You know what we say? Big jobs. You get that on them. Potion of Binding. Apply 1 weak and vulnerable to all enemies. Very nice. Set up strike. Shrug it. Oh, legendary. It's one of those perfect strikes. I haven't seen it yet. Artwork. I guess they'll probably work on that artwork later. A pommel strike. I don't think we'll take it. I'm almost thinking about not taking any of these, but the shrug it off, it's looking really nice. Ooh, and a rest. Yes, I think I will. I am not taking another elite fight. Players will be like, oh, I like resting instead of upgrading my cards. That's like admitting defeat. No, motherfucker. We play to win. The bug though. Now I'm the bug. Oh, I played the wrong card. That's okay. We just keep sitting up. We don't fucking tilt. We don't tilt off our mistakes. Holy shit, they're doing 24 damage. Not if I can kill this guy though. Oh my god, I can't. I do bug damage. Do 4, 8, 12. And then with this though, do 4 damage. Just get an extra. That went really, really well. We're using all of our resources. Hopefully we actually make some health back off of this fight. Oh, is it because I became big again? I don't know. I don't even know what happened there. We're grabbing him by the dick. The strongest UFC technique. True Grit. I do kind of love a True Grit. I kind of love just having a thinner deck. The Al Natural way. I think we commit to not taking that elite fight. Lose 100 gold, transform 2 cards. I'm not fucking breaking up my sick combo. This is a little bit of a decision though. Like, upgraded demon form is pretty nice. We rest though, we rest. When we're a bit more experienced with the game, I think sometimes I'm like pretty confident that I can take a boss out with like half health. But not right now. Pretty good first hand. We take the Pyre, we take the Rupture, we gear up, start scaling. Would have been nice to get the breakthrough off, but whatever. So what's he doing? He's first time ceremonial base reaches 150 HP or below, it becomes stunned and loses all of its strength. So that's 100 HP when we do 100 damage. He's going to start losing strength. I guess that first 100 HP is going to be hard. By the time we get him down that low, we will have grown quite a lot stronger with our strength. It's just honestly not feeling too intimidated. We just do a nice big block, chip away at him. And like 2 or 3 turns, I'll be ready to just hit him with a bunch of anger and strength. Yeah, we're definitely going to pommel strike. Look at that, that's pretty... Although... I think we still be patient, you know, I could have hit him with a bit more damage there, but we still wait. Now we knock him down to 150. And I've got like 3 or 4 angers, 4 angers in my hand. I'm gonna beat the shit out of him now. Look at that, and a breakthrough right off the bat. This card is ringing. You can only play 1 card this turn, and you're going to take 15 damage. It's okay, like, I think we got this. We're gonna get 100% heal after we beat this guy. And our ears are not ringing this time, and we got 2 angers for an easy smash. Conflagration, Brand, and Cascade. A Brand fits the deck. Conflagration is also nice for the AoE. But I think we go Brand. I was gonna say, oh, we didn't get healed, but you have to click on the guy. Here's Katara, festive dude. Enchantable strikes with Death with 10 Takara's Ember. Cost 0 and gains Eternal. Cannot be removed. Oh, so my strikes become free. It's pretty sick. Means Eternal. I think that means I can't sell them or get rid of them. It might keep us, it might work on the pommel strike as well. I kind of love that. I don't know like how much potential this dude has to draw big hands and get a whole lot of draw strength. We already have a little bit. What else we got though? Add 1 Brightest Flame to your deck, gain 2 energy, draw 2 cards, lose 1 match HP. I mean, that fits the deck really well. And then we just work on getting rid of the strikes. I think I'll go back to 1. Nah, I don't even think I'd recommend playing Slay the Spire 1 to people. Like, why not just play this, dude? You got like Slay the Spire 2 is good. Good as fuck. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not like they didn't go off the... They didn't try anything new or anything. They just kept working on the good thing they had. Add 1 Brightest Flame to your deck. This is actually tough. Like, I was like pretty happy with this. But you know what's real nice is getting rid of those strikes instead of buffing them. Like, although I could upgrade all the strikes to be free and then just get rid of the anger. And then it's like I just start off with like a well-baked anger. It's probably actually the play. Or we get rid of those 4 strikes and then we take Brightest Flame, gain 2 energy, draw 2 cards, which is really nice. Lose 1 max HP. Oh, lose 1 max HP. Every time I use this, I lose 1 max HP permanently. What the fuck? And where's my cheese? Did I lose the cheese? Did the cheese only last for like 1 act and then it goes away? I was meant to reread that to remember how that cheese even worked. It was you gain 1 health per battle. That's a big drawback. What are you thinking, Techno? Yeah, I mean, lose 1 max HP. Permanent cuckening. Say I have, I don't know, say I have 20 fights and then I use this in all of them. Then I'm back down to like 70 health, which is not awful, but not good. But I mean, there's like 48 floors. So maybe say like another 30 or more of them. But basically, you're going to take this, you're going to start avoiding fights. And then, but like what if I use this 5 times in a fight? How big is draw for this guy? I mean, draw feels pretty good for me right now because I'm running with this anger. So the quicker I can get through my deck and start pumping out angers, and then the more angers I can draw is huge. Plus, the demon form, I just use it once, it's gone, so my deck gets a little bit smaller. The pyre, more energy to help me start getting this other stuff out. And my strength will start scaling real hard. But then on the other hand, my build sort of does damage to itself. And again, like, I guess if I'm on a longer fight, I'll stop doing damage to myself and keep scaling strength with the demon form. It's not exactly the most simple engine, but hopefully it all works out. I haven't even read this. Oh, I get 4 wax relics every 3 combats. The leftmost wax relic will melt away. I don't like it. I think we're going for the first one. I don't really like the idea of this. I don't really need a whole lot of energy. I like it's great, but it's not like super necessary. This one, I just grab this. These are all free. My strikes are free, but I can't get rid of them. It didn't work on Pommel Strike, but at least it worked on these ones. And then I just get rid of anger. I think that's the way to go. It's honestly kind of nice that I can pop the demon form and then maybe like still pop off enough damage to like kill someone on that first turn. Where do we go though? We got a little shop here, which is kind of nice. And otherwise, we got a shop here, which we can pick. We go here, there's a shop. Mark that down so I don't accidentally go this way. Although, look at all these question marks. One of these is probably a shop. Maybe we go up that left-hand side. But then again, maybe if I go here, I am stuck on this right-hand side. And there's a bunch of enemies up here as well. We got 1, 2, 3. Whereas if I go this way, we get 1, 2, and then a third. Or if we hug that right hand, 1, 2. Oh, I'm not sure. Give me the soup, give me the soup, give me the loot, give me the loot. Shame on a nigga who tried to run game on a nigga. Beat buck, come on with the trigger. Coming in, blah. Rolling up, blah. Hit it back with the gat. Pull a Jimmy's rat. Sit back and take notes while I take tokes of the marijuana smoke. Gun smoke, throw 'em in a choke. Biggie Smalls for mayor, the rap slayer, the hooker layer. Motherfuckers say your prayer. Put a bitch in a choke. Take the Gucci bag off her back and the North Face. Oh, wait. Got some hieroglyphics. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dude, I saw Northern Lion singing some 311 the other day. Really, down. It's like the worst fucking rap you've ever heard, and then just this beautiful angelic voice. I gotta take a piss, so I'm gonna leave you to listen to this bullshit. But then we can listen to music when I get back. Okay, I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit so you really get the shittest part. Bro, did you hear it? I got a kiss in an alleyway. It was A grade. Fuck that, I actually skipped over it. Have you ever? Yeah, that's it. What? Alright, hold on. You ever made out in a dark hallway? This kiss really made my day. I played a track from my record collection. It's your mix. Congratulations. You could have just left that out of the song, to be honest. It would have been fine. It's a good song, but like, I don't know why you need this verse. You ever made out in a dark hallway? I played your song. Congratulations. I did really enjoy a bit of 311 as a kid, though. From Nebraska. This looks like an easy fight. Yeah, it does. These dudes are actually... You can't do more than 9 damage to them per turn. that's what's fucked, right? But I don't know how to solve these enemies yet, like I said, and a lot of it ends up just feeling like freaking elites. Whereas like Slay the Spire 1, I'm like just fizzing through it, blasting ass. Yeah, I think that might be what it is. Hard to kill, reduce all damage taken.
Kidnap victims, let me go.
Oh. Stop. We got Afro Man in here. So wait, so I can kill them in one turn, but each attack is maxed out at 9 damage per attack. Hieroglyphics are so good. I wish my brain was filled with like hieroglyphics and EMF Doom rather than Biggie Smalls. Not that Biggie Smalls is bad, like Juicy is great and all that, but it's just about violence and doing freedom on crack, so. Maybe you lose HP on your.
My rhymes is like dropping your head on cement, cracking it open, hoping to make a dent. I'm hell bent on resurrection, perfection. Lesson number 1, rekindle the essence. Rap ain't about busting caps and fucking bitches. It's about fluency with rhyming ingenuity. All of this is new to me. See, I pick rhymes with scrutiny under a microscope. I walk a tightrope, a thin line between insanity and sanity, mixed with a little vanity, boosting the morality with haro hospitality. Soon to strike it rich like calories, salaries. Sounds like a plan, and I will expand hip hop as well.
So that actually did 10 damage to him, but because it was 2 hits. So yeah, this fight isn't that bad. Oh, nice. And I have that 3 damage each turn, which is huge. Dude, I ordered a stream deck yesterday. I really wanted to go fucking spend my money on things that I shouldn't be, and to resist, I was like, I'm gonna spend some of my fucking money on stream deck. Spend it on shit that I need rather than bullshit. Yeah, I just got one for like $100, $120 or something off Trade Me. You can have one. That was good. Life is a blast when you know what you're doing, but to know what you're doing for your life get ruined. Life is a thrill when your skill is developed. If you ain't got a skill or trade, and shut the hell up. Don't even start on the next man. Let's scan your situation. Used to have no patience. Flip on niggas, rob niggas, even family. All the way up to your moms, you can't stand to be in the house. But when you kicked out, you begging to come back in. Then the same old skit happens. You say you rapping, but you don't know the essence. Just hold slapping, but the caps is your message. Plus, every time I put some skrill down, you steal it. If that's your way of teaching me a lesson, I don't feel it. Your raps reflect your life, and that's a shame. Cause the way it sounded, you must think that it's a game. I can see you came from the ghetto, but you came from the meadow. You really need to let that go. You got no respect for hip-hop, and you trying to rhyme, buying your time, and I find it a crime. I even tried to bury the hatchet, man, cause we all African. You wanna be a rapper, start practicing. You can't even flow right. Spend most of your time fucking hoes, getting in fights, hanging out with no mission in life. And you're missing your life, and you'll be missing out on life. I won't sweat you for that G you stole, cause if you're still alive, I'll be there to see you fall. Nice.
Life is a blast when you know what you're doing.
And I think some vulnerable is good. That actually 50% is going to be huge when my girl's already slapping for like 20 damage for like a casual strike. Those 3 strikes actually made that really easy. Why did I come up this way? I wanted to go here, and then go this way to go get the shot. Let me get one. Mr. Dell wouldn't tell you nothing that ain't true, because life is a blast when you know what you're doing, but to know what you're doing for your life get ruined. We'll grab you for a third. I don't really give a fuck about the shop, do I? Kind of want to grab those elites, but then maybe just go left and grab a bunch of those question marks. Question marks are pretty good. Who knows? Yeah, pretty nifty. Like here, like this is sick, right? Oh, what am I gonna do? I want a demon form and then do a fuckload of damage. Why do I still have... Did I start with 4 energy? Remember when that old teacher did the MF Doom song? That old teacher that was doing rap snitches, knitches. It was awesome.
Yo, that rap snitches shit on the Doom album, yeah, that's easily one of the greatest shits ever. How you gonna sell crack and talk about it? Right. That's the point of selling crack. It's supposed to be a secret.
Yo. MF Doom. Mr. Fantastic.
Villain.
What up, nigga?
Ain't nothing. What's the word?
It's cracking, boy.
Same old shit, kid.
Man.
Day,
rap snitches, man. Shit is bugged out, man. What the fuck, man? Niggas running their mouth. Telling everything.
Critical.
Rap snitches, telling all their business. Sit in the court and be their own star witness. Do you see the perpetrator? Yeah, I'm right here. Fuck around, get the whole label sent up for years. Rap snitches, telling all their business. Sit in the court and be their own star witness. Do you see the perpetrator? Yeah, I'm right here. Fuck around, get the whole label sent up for years. Tight profile, low, like 8 and paid in full. Attract heavy cash, cause the game's centrifugal. Mr. Fantastic, long though like elastic. Got my life with twin clocks that's made out of plastic. Can stand a brown nosing nigga, fake ass bastard. Admiring my style, tall bustin' in hats and plotting, playing the quickest. My flow's the sickest, my hoes be the thickest. My dro, the stickiest. Street nigga, stamped and bona fide. When beef jump, niggas come get me cause they know I ride. True to the ski mask, New York's my origin. Play a fake gangster like an old accordion. According to him, when the D's rushed in, complication from the wild testimony was thin. Caused this man to go up and off the board, hit him again. Lame rap snitch nigga, even told on the Mexican. Rap snitches, telling all their business. Sit in the court and be their own star witness. Do you see the perpetrator? Yeah, I'm right here. Fuck around, get the whole label sent up for years. Rap snitches, telling all their business. Sit in the court and be their own star witness. Do you see the perpetrator? Yeah, I'm right here. Fuck around, get the whole label sent up for years.
True, there's rules to this shit. Fools dare care. Everybody wanna rule the world with tears for fear. Yeah, tell it on the mountain hill. Running up their mouth bill. Everybody doubting still. Informer, keep it up and get tested. Pop through your bubble vest or double-breasted. He keep a lab down south in the Little Beast. So much heat you would've thought it was the Middle East. A little grease always keeps the wheels a spinning, like sitting on 23s to get the squealers grinning. Hitting on many trees, feel real linen. Spitting on enemies, get the steel for 10 men. With no brains but gum flap. He said his gun clapped, then he fled after one slap. Son, shut your trap, save it for the bitches. Delicious, rap snitch, delicious.
You know what I'm saying? It's terrible. Crazy, man. I'm just analyzing this whole game. This is bugged out, man. Niggas snitching, telling on their own self.
It's a horror.
Fuck around, gonna get everybody bag, man.
Atrocity.
Fuck around and get your mama bag, man. You know your grandma used to be bootlegging, fake hustling, nigga.
Rap snitches, telling all their business. Taking the cup, they be their own star witness. Do you see the perpetrator? Yeah, I'm right here.
That's so crazy, dude. So good. Do the fight. One Strike is good, but I already got like 2 of them, right? Yeah, Fight Me is what I'm thinking of. I'll take this one. I'll take this one. The Obscura. This enemy summons monsters. I do know what this guy does. He's not too bad. I think he's slightly stronger than I remember. Or maybe I was watching Northern Lion play and he was already like Ascension 10. Or maybe not Ascension 10, but maybe a little bit higher. I think this only goes up to Ascension 10 at the moment. Whereas the first one goes up to Ascension 20. They've really built like the bones of the game really well though. But I think they're gonna add a bit more to it. We bash, we strike, we anger, breakthrough as well. Take that 1 damage hopefully to knock this guy down a peg. Why not use rupture? Did I play did I not play that? 816. Go here. Motherfucker. That wasn't even that bad. We only take 1 point of damage. I guess. Yeah, we can take him out pretty easy. Still chip away at this guy. The scaling didn't work out so well this match, but that's fine. That's a nice turn though. Fuck, why am I even hitting that guy? Should just be killing you right now. 1532. Woo! Thank God. At a random attack into your hand, it's free to play this turn. Cruelty vulnerable enemies take an additional 25. That's the shit, dude. I'm feeling happy with fighting the big bad guy. What happened to that cheese? One thing about this is like the game is telling you to be Googling, so you don't really know what's going on. Looking fucked up. That's it's good. It's good. It's a good spell. It's a good spell. We're positive. It's great. More block. And armaments. Nice. Immediate heal. Please. Beehive. Whenever this enemy is hit by an attack, add 1 days to your draw pile, as if I am hitting a beehive. Makes a bit of sense. Well, if he drops 21 damage right off the bat. Crazy. Ain't nothing but a thing. Fuck, I'm dead. No glass. No glass, dude. Honestly, I feel like it's a decision-making process of picking the wrong paths. 3 elites killed though, like... It's like 2 of those in Act 2 as well. No, 1 of them was in Act 2. Died on the 4th elite. These 4 fights fucked me up. And like, you know, like I think, and you know, in the first one, even though I didn't get up to A20, I'm at A6 or 7 fairly often. To be fair though, I would do like dozens of runs. This is literally my like 7th run. Ancient trees are not all the same. Interesting though. Always exciting to see how it ends, you know. You never know if you're gonna get the win, gonna get the loss. Be a pretty fun run either way. But yeah. I think that's us for the stream anyway. I'm gonna raid into my wife. Have a good night everybody. Be kind. Be lovely.